We're now moving on and coming to the general debate on defence. I call the Minister to move.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that this House has considered defence. In recent weeks, our armed forces have been required to use force to protect international shipping and to protect our allies. Our armed forces are the best of us. We increasingly need them, and we're increasingly asked more of them as well. And when the threat picture changes, it's the first duty of government to respond to that. Which is why this government has committed to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030, the biggest increase in spending for a generation. And this will result in, I'll just make a little bit of progress first. Keen as he is. This will result in a £75 billion cash boost over 6 years to our nation's defences from a flat cash baseline. And although we've had a long-held commitment to hit 2.5% when financial conditions allow, delivering it now involves choices. I will give way.
Can I ask him why then, next year, if you exclude the Ukraine funding out of the defence budget, the core defence budget actually goes down?
It does not, and no, it doesn't. The outcome from defence budget, which must be the basis upon which he's judging last year's, includes supplementaries. When you include the supplementaries for this year, and in particular now, it includes the additional £500 million, which I should tell the honourable gentleman I chose to send to Ukraine as an active choice and decision, rather than it coming into our main budget, and I feel that would have the support of the House. When you include all of this, the budget increases. In any case, it already increased 1.8%. I know he wants to continue this debate. The facts are it does as soon as you include the supplementaries, Mr Deputy. I won't for the moment, because this has been discussed ad infinitum. And in any case, we're offering another £75 billion in cash terms, which I note that the party opposite has yet to do. For example, because it requires, I think, a determination, in our case, to fund it, to get the civil service back to pre-COVID levels and help pay for the expansion in our defence. It requires sound economic management and, above all, an understanding that investment in deterrence today is wiser and less painful than paying to fight a war tomorrow. I will give way.
But hasn't he just confirmed that the amount of money in the budget designated for the British Armed Forces has in fact gone down?
No, I still haven't confirmed that, because in fact, before the extra £500 million, if you take outcome from last year and the amount that was pledged for this year, including, to be clear, including supplementaries, which is the same way it was based upon last year, it would be an increase of 1.8%. But this is rather beside the point, Mr Deputy Speaker, because since that time, when I know that we were debating this in the Defence Select Committee, we have now committed to putting another £75 billion in cash terms from the baseline over the next 6 years. A commitment, I think he'll want me just to complete this section, a commitment which I will be interested to hear him apply to his own front bench, because this Conservative £75 billion rise in defence spending is highly significant. It's precisely what our armed forces need to respond to axes of authoritarian states who are trying to reshape the world in their image, and it's the right thing to do. I give way to my honourable friend.
Than the party opposite trying to poke holes in this, wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better if they just commit? Wouldn't it be better if they just commit to doing the same thing?
My honourable friend preempts a passage, I think, a little later in my speech, where I suggest that, particularly for those honourable members, right honourable members on the other side, who want to see more money go into defence, they might persuade their own front bench first to follow our lead and ensure that we get more money into it. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very concerned about the apparent failure of the party opposite to match our funding commitment. Now, they are being incredibly evasive about funding. They also, in addition to not confirming whether or not they'll do the 2.5% in the next 6 years, and we look forward to hearing if they do confirm that when they stand up. They are also promising, or perhaps I should say threatening, a review of defence. Our enemies will waste no time in putting the UK in their sights if they think the next thing that would happen is to have a multi-year review, a waste of time and money which should be spent instead on our brave servicemen and women. And so I have to say to the honourable gentleman opposite, in fact honourable members opposite, the Labour's apparent refusal to follow our lead and back our fully funded spending plans would decimate our armed forces by in fact cutting up to £75 billion from defence. But I'm very glad to give way.
Can I just say to the Secretary of State, can I ask him why he thinks Paul Johnson, in an article on Monday, April the 29th, said, what annoyed me was not the commitments of the 2.5%, it was all about the misleading and opaque way in which the additional spending was presented. When it wanted to make it look big, the government claimed it would boost spending by £75 billion. But when it wanted to appear fiscally responsible. And he goes on to say it doesn't take Sherlock Holmes or even the head of the Institute of Fiscal Studies to see that there might be something not quite consistent with these claims.
Well, the honourable gentleman would be interested to know that the way that this is presented is entirely the usual way for Treasury to present increases in spending. So if I take him back to the previous cash boost for defence, I think it was £24 billion, and it was described as being over, I think I'm right in saying, 5 years. And it was exactly the same basis upon which it was presented. I don't remember the honourable gentleman making the same point then. And regardless, I have to say, regardless of the numbers, surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, the point is, will the party opposite actually commit to this timeline? They said they wanted to get to 2.5%. They said they'd do it when conditions allowed. We've now said we know that conditions will allow because of the management of the economy. Will they follow us? Or are they going to send their backbenchers out to criticise an increase, even though their own front benches won't match it themselves? And perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, we shouldn't be surprised given that the Leader of the Opposition, not once, but twice backed Jeremy Corbyn, the member for Islington, to be Prime Minister. He proclaims his support for our nuclear deterrent, does the Leader of the Opposition, and yet he stacks his front bench with anti-nuclear campaigners. I had a count, 11 of them voted against Trident, whilst he goes up to Barrow and claims he's all in favour. I will give way.
Well, the Secretary of State is doing his, last time he came out on this debate, on his Used Car Salesman Act. But the fact of the matter is quite clear. The only way you get to 75 billion is if you're going to freeze the defence budget for the next 6 years. Is he going to do that? And in what he announced last week, can he explain, one, where the money's coming from, and secondly, what is the proportion between Ardell and Cedel? Because there is no detail at all. It's just an empty promise and a political slogan, which he's backing around his usual avuncular self.
It is simply not true as he tries to represent it. And if it were meaningless, then why isn't it that his own party haven't taken the difficult decisions in order to get to the 75 billion figure, which, to be clear, is the amount additional to what is currently programmed in. He's absolutely right, of course, that defence budgets may have increased over time, but 75 billion is still the additional figure. And if it's so straightforward, why doesn't he encourage his own front bench to do it? And I think I know the answer to this, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's because, and he asks the question, how will it be paid for? Well, it will largely be paid for by cutting the civil service back down to pre-COVID levels. And they don't want to cut 72,000 from the workforce of the civil service, so it goes back down to pre-COVID levels. And because of that, they won't follow us on this commitment. And it actually shows where their choices lay. So they say they want 2.5%. They say they are keen to see it, but they're not willing to put in place the difficult decisions to reach that. And by failing to take those decisions, it means they will be failing to fund our armed forces if that were to occur, if they were to come into office. And that would leave our nation more vulnerable, and it would play, I'm afraid, directly into our adversaries' hands, including Putin. Madam Deputy Speaker, in January this year, I set out a very comprehensive case for increasing defence spending in response to what I described as being a more dangerous world. After all, Putin is on the march, pursuing wars in the east of Europe, whilst backing greater political influence and assassinations in the west. China has certainly become a lot more assertive in recent years. Russian mercenaries and Islamic extremists, military strongmen, have overrun democracies and societies in Africa. As Iran has nourished and manipulated its proxy militia and groups around the Middle East, the Islamic Republic itself has for the first time carried out an aerial assault on a democratic near neighbour, Israel. Its Hamas terrorist allies brought mass murder to Israelis on the 7th of October, and they brought pain to the Palestinians both before and since with the Hamas approach to running that area. Meanwhile, one of Iran's other key allies, the Houthis, continue to hold global trade hostage in the Red Sea. And so from Moscow to Tehran and Beijing to Pyongyang, a network of authoritarian states are pressuring allies and our interests. And working together, they are more connected than they ever have been before. I give way to my friend.
He's making a really important point, and I just want to ask him a question about it, if I may. And without sounding sort of too academic, do we actually know what war is nowadays? Because clearly there's conventional war, which we recognise. But what he's talking about is proxy war, and what we were discussing earlier was cyber attacks and China's role and Russia's role in this sort of hybrid war and the integration of military and non-military means, which is behind military doctrines in an increasing number of countries. Are we joined up enough in this country to be able to fight these modern conflicts, which are part military, part non-military, and do we actually understand what conflict is in this century?
Well, I think it's true, and he'll know this as well or better than me, that in each generation the world relearns what it is to have conflict. We've seen this in Russia, we're seeing it at the moment in the Middle East, we've seen it as discussed through various different cyber activities, which are more or less, well, in fact, entirely continuous. Most of them just don't succeed, but are absolutely continuous. The world has changed. The defence reviews, the refresh, look to try to learn those lessons. And one of the things, not least because of Britain's very forward-leaning approach to the war in Ukraine, has been that we have been at the forefront of learning some of those new lessons with drones and other technologies, and indeed speeding up the introduction of new technologies like laser weapons and other things. So it is very important that we think about this in its whole, rather than just through the traditional eyes of three armed services. And now we have to think about space, we have to think about the domain in cyber as well, and that's what our strategic command does. I give way.
Very grateful to the Secretary of State, and he is making a very good case. Would he agree that as this extra money is available, we should make sure more of it is spent on procuring weapons and military requirements here in the United Kingdom, because we cannot be properly defended unless we can make our own military vehicles, our own steel, our own explosives, and we are short of capacity.
I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend. It's incredibly important that we develop our own domestic, or rather further develop our own domestic defence industrial base. It's one of the reasons why we've spoken about putting that industrial base on a war footing. And it's one of the reasons why, and this is not, as has been suggested, some sort of cheap jibe, it is very important that the government, or indeed the opposition, if it wants to be the government, sets out the path in order that that investment can take place. Because they won't be able to invest unless they know it's happening on a multi-year basis. I've been quite generous, I'll just make a little bit of progress. And that is why this Conservative government will act now, and we're going to deliver the greatest strengthening of our national defence since the Cold War. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that some will argue that the threats we face perhaps aren't imminent, perhaps they're not existential. And they may claim that increased defence spending isn't a good use of money. Perhaps it should go on other commitments, and there are many to discuss. But I would argue that we have seen the consequences up and down this country of the more dangerous world that I described in that Lancaster House speech. In recent years, we've suffered terror attacks, we've suffered cyber attacks on business, on government, as we were just talking about, and on critical national infrastructure, mostly not successful, but nonetheless, the amount that it costs to get around them increases all the time. And we've suffered intellectual property theft as well. We've seen Hong Kong protesters dragged into the Chinese consulate in Manchester. and beaten. We've seen Iranian journalists threatened and stabbed in London. We've seen former Russian military officers assassinated in hotels in Mayfair, poisoned in suburban homes in Salisbury. And just last month, we've seen British citizens charged with setting fire to Ukrainian-linked business units in East London, apparently on the instructions of Russian intelligence. I give way.
I'm very grateful. My right honourable friend has compellingly described the current situation as moving from post-war to pre-war. But does he share my concern that the people of this country as a whole are not yet in a place to understand the seriousness of the problem, that there is, in some sense, therefore, the beginnings of an issue of consent, that it's harder than it should be for young people to get excited about joining some of our big contractors and taking, as it were, the part of our armed forces and supporting the work that we're doing in diverse fronts around the country. And if that's true, does he think that somehow there's a specific role for the MOD to lead this process of building consent across the UK?
Well, my right honourable friend makes an excellent point, actually, because I think that one of the issues we face is that perhaps if you are not, for example, Iranian or Russian and living in the UK, you might feel, and you're not a dissident from those countries, you don't feel this affects you too much. But actually, my entire argument, and indeed the argument that I made at Lancaster House, was this isn't just something which impacts on foreign nationals and dissidents. This is something where we are, in effect, all under attack. And for evidence of that, you can see up and down the land, as Putin drove into Ukraine, the direct impact that had on every single family. Every single household budget in Britain was under attack. Remember the winter before last, we were paying up to half of the average family's energy bill, because this really does matter back home. And it's again why I stress that defence is the cheapest version of looking after yourself, not the most expensive one, which is why it's so important that with Putin inflicting that inflation on British households and British business, we understand, we wake up to the fact and we understand. And I would say to my right honourable friend, I actually think the British people do understand this. They do want us to do more. It is popular to make sure that we properly defend these isles and defend our interests overseas. And that is why this country has been, this party's been proud to bring forward this big boost to our national defence. But it was, as was mentioned earlier, in addition, this year I have provided another £500 million of aid to Ukraine, because this battle is so very important for all of us, and not least our Ukrainian friends. And that will take our total 2024 military package to a record £3 billion. That is the most that we've provided in any year. Previously it was 2.3 and 2.3. And it actually brings our total support overall to £12.5 billion provided in addition to other aid. And in addition to that, to help Ukraine repel Russia's mounting attacks, we've also gifted, a couple of weeks ago, the further and largest tranche of military gifting assistance that we've seen to date. And I thought it was worth just reiterating the size and scale of that, because I fear that with the announcement of the 2.5% and the trajectory, members of this House, I think all of us, believe that Ukraine's win is absolutely existential and important, and perhaps the scale of the gifting was not noticed. It included 4 million rounds of ammunition, 1,600 key munitions, including air defence and precision long-range missiles, all of our remaining AS-90 artillery platforms, 60 combat boats, 400 armour-protected and all-terrain vehicles, and hundreds of bombs for Ukraine's new fleet of F-16 combat aircraft, just as we initially provided our Ukrainian friends with trained troops, anti-tank missiles, main battle tanks, missiles, and so many other firsts. We will now make sure that the aircraft, which we can't provide for them because we don't fly F-16s, are properly provided with munitions. And even more
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State, and I know that his personal commitment to Ukraine is second to none. Does he agree with me that if Putin is seen to fail in Ukraine, the threat to Western Europe and the United Kingdom and NATO countries will recede for a generation. If Putin is seen to gain any sort of victory in Ukraine, the opposite will happen.
My right honourable friend is absolutely correct. This is precisely the point. It's exactly why it's right to invest in Ukraine. And I do not want to make this a political speech, but I do want to ask, because I haven't heard it yet. I do want to ask, because it's a serious issue, and I'm surprised by that sort of attitude. I do want to ask, because it's a serious point, whether the party opposite is now ready to commit to that extra £500 billion if they were elected, because I've yet to hear that confirmed, and this is an important issue for our Ukrainian friends, who I accept have their support, but they also need the pledge of money and the certainty that this House would provide it, come what may. And even I will give way to my honourable friend.
If I heard him correctly a few minutes ago, he said we've now gifted all of our AS-90 howitzers to Ukraine. We're buying 14 new Archers. We're then buying a completely different system based on Boxer, which will take some years to come into service, and our MLRSs are being refurbished. What is he doing to make sure that the British Army is not left without heavy artillery for the next few years? Because what he's talking about is a dangerous risk.
As my honourable friend will realise, this is not a move I've taken easily. And there is a balance to be had between where the weapons can do the most good and the extraordinary difficult fight that our Ukrainian friends are in right now, I thought and believe and think warrants the provision of the further AS-90s. The new equipment, as I don't need to tell him, is vastly superior and will be in our hands quickly, not least because of the work of the excellent work of my right honourable friend, the Minister for Defence Procurement, who has sped up the acquisition of new equipment through his brilliant integrated plan. So I do want to be entirely clear with the House. There are choices to make when we do this gifting, and we do have to make the choices to where we think the equipment will be most useful and, of course, how quickly we can replenish it. One of the very good things, as you'll appreciate, of this significant boost in defence spending is it enables us to replenish, both in terms of equipment, but crucially in terms of munitions as well, which has been a real concern of his and many others. I'll just make a little bit of progress, if I may. As I say, we have pledged this £500 million extra, so we are at £3 billion a year. And this really crucial point, and again I think this has been perhaps lost, or maybe actually I haven't said it from this dispatch box, that means that over the course of the next Parliament, this government, this party in government, would provide £15 billion of guaranteed aid to Ukraine. Now, when I speak to President Zelensky, when I speak to my opposite number, Minister Umarov, they make clear that the certainty of that funding is the most important thing that we can do right now, and I really implore and invite other parties to suggest that they would follow this in order to provide that certainty to their case right now, because it matters now that they know that certainty will be there, come what may, regardless of electoral cycles elsewhere, even though, of course, we'll still be here. I give way.
Very much welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to defence and the extra money for the budget. I know the Secretary of State is very much committed to the defence sector in Northern Ireland, and we very much want to encourage that. The Northern Ireland Affairs Committee are doing an inquiry on the defence procurement for Northern Ireland, and suggest that there should be a regional hub. The reason why they say that, Secretary of State, is because that will encourage more companies from Northern Ireland to be involved in this and be part of that spend that will be meant for defence over the next couple of years. Has the Minister had an opportunity to be aware of what the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee is doing in relation to procurement, number one? But secondly, other firms like Nitronica, the electronics manufacturing firm in Ballinhedge, who wishes to be part of the defence procurement, but unfortunately at this moment in time hasn't had that opportunity. It's really important we all play our part. I think the Secretary of State will agree with me, but I'm just curious to get his reply. Thank you.
Well,
I certainly do agree. All parts of the United Kingdom have a very important role to play, particularly Northern Ireland, where missile production, ships, electronics are particular skills, and I very much agree. It's important, again, for them to have that level of certainty that we intend to invest and that we'll carry on investing, and that today we can outline exactly how much we would spend each year in the future. And by doing so, it means that it's worth them investing. It's cheaper for them to invest. The cost of capital to build those factories and maintain them falls when we give them that certainty. So again, I really do hope that the party opposite will match our long-term pledge, both to Ukraine and to defence spending, because there is no way that you can simply wish up warm words about defence spending and then hope it comes to the front line. You have to actually make the difficult choices to get there. We've made our choices. We will reduce the size of the civil service to get there, back to pre-COVID levels. The party opposite can make its own choices, but I do encourage them to join us in the Defence Boost pledge. And I think that when it comes to defence, there is no more important element than our nuclear deterrent. And again, it's good to hear that both sides of the House now seem to back the nuclear deterrent, but you can't do that without backing the money to support it as well. I will give way.
It is true that both sides of the House strongly back the nuclear deterrent at the moment if he's talking about the Labour opposition. However, with recent talk about the prospect of a hung parliament, one could find oneself in the same situation as the Cameron government in 2010, when people like the Right Honourable Member for Warley on his side of the House and me on my side of the House were begging for a vote to be held to renew the nuclear deterrent, but because of a coalition deal with the Liberal Democrats, that vote was postponed at great expense for 4 years, until 2016. So we would like to hear assurances from both front benches that no such situation will ever be allowed to arise again.
I'm very pleased to reassure that from this side, no such delay would be countenanced. And we have, just in the last few weeks, issued the Defence Nuclear Enterprise Command paper. I thought the front bench knew that there was a coalition government, but perhaps they missed it and maybe missed the point that my right honourable friend was making, because that delay. I'd gladly give way.
I'm grateful to the Defence Secretary for giving way, and I can offer him the reassurance that the Liberal Democrats embrace continuous at-sea deterrence with 4 submarines. What's more, the strategic environment in which we were operating in 2010 was very different to that which we see today, and I think the Liberal Democrats made the right call then, and we've made the right call now.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, you heard it first here. I very warmly welcome that commitment, which wasn't available under the then coalition government. I do take it. I think it's a very important moment. I think it's important to say. And I also welcome it, all joking aside, I welcome it from the front bench opposite as well. I think it's incredibly important. Again, I would gently remind the House that 11 members of the opposite front bench, voted against the deterrent in their time here, including, as far as I can work out, 3 members of the current shadow cabinet, including, I think, the shadow foreign secretary, the shadow communities secretary, and actually the shadow deputy prime minister, now I think of it. So I think the House is right to ask, and the country will want to know, whether that commitment is as firm as we now hear the Lib Dem one is on the party opposite's front bench, and it will want to know whether, even if the commitment is said to be firm, whether they are prepared to fund it. And again, it comes back to bringing in the 2.5%. I'll give
reference very kindly by the Right Honourable Member for New Forest in this debate. Can we be very clear? This was a failure of political judgment and political will by David Cameron, who could have said to the Liberal Democrats, this is a matter of strategic national interest. If you don't like it, you can give up your jobs and walk out of the government, and they would have bottled it at the time. Fact was, we lost 6 years. A huge amount of money has now gone onto this, and we're putting at real risk CASD with enormously elongated tours of duty for our tremendous submariners.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman wants to relitigate the past, for which I think we'll all agree we can't do anything about it. I want to talk about the future. And the future is that his own side have yet to commit to the 2.5% that is required in order to have the money available to ensure that our nuclear deterrent can deliver on time. And the Prime Minister and I actually published a Defence Nuclear Enterprise Command paper in just a moment. Enterprise Command paper in March, setting out our long-held and unshakable commitment to our own independent nuclear deterrent. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I appreciate his desire to look forward rather than back, but just for the record, does he remember, as I do, that at one point the Lib Dem policy on Trident was to maintain the submarines but to send them to sea without any missile? Yeah.
I will be as diplomatic as possible on this. There were a range of options that the Liberal Democrats asked us to investigate. I'm very pleased that the one that we ended up with was 4 subs continuous at-sea deterrent. But look, we're investing £41 billion in our next generation of dreadnought fleets. I will in just a moment, and investing in our replacement UK sovereign nuclear warhead as well. I'll give way.
The command white paper. I just wanted to ask him a question. On page 40, on page 89, and it's 10, and it talks about protecting ourselves from attacks from the skies. And we know, because of what's happened in Ukraine and recently in Israel as well, how important our defence missile system is. And it says in the command paper, to counter these threats, we will step up our efforts to deliver an integrated air and missile defence approach. Could you tell us where we're at with that?
I should point out, of course, that there are a wide number of differences for us because we're within NATO. Article 5 exists. We're in a different region to, for example, Israel that was recently attacked. And we have a number of layered approaches to defending our skies from the QRA and other things. However, he will be interested to hear in reference to that. We are looking to how we work with working already with our European friends and allies on a European Sky Shield to do something along the lines of what he's described, but it should be understood that there are considerations no matter which direction you go on in, because again, the money can only be spent once, and you would have to consider what else you were or were not going to achieve in defence. So we use a layered approach, but we are actively working on exactly what it says in the defence paper that he references. The next point I wanted to move to was Putin's I'm a little concerned of not giving others the opportunity to get in. I'll give the gentleman one last intervention.
Wasn't the Minister a member of the government and indeed chairman of the Conservative Party at the period at which we're discussing when they didn't renew Trident?
I think he'll now understand why I was so pleased to trounce the Liberal Democrat Party when it came to that election, squeeze them out of government and ensure that we could get on with Trident as we always wanted to do. And I encourage his party to join us in that commitment, backed up with money, not just photo opportunities in Barrow, but money to deliver the nuclear deterrent. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to make some progress. I want to talk about Putin's war and the way it's underlined the vital role of conventional forces. From the Red Sea to skies over Iraq, our armed forces are already doing incredible work globally, and they're protecting and advancing our interests every day. They're making up currently in the ongoing Operation Steadfast Defender 20% of this year's NATO exercise, itself the largest since the Cold War, and I've been to visit some of them in Poland. We're investing £8.6 billion in army equipment this decade to make our ground forces more integrated, more agile, more lethal. And that includes the new Boxer and the long-awaited Ajax armoured fighting vehicles, as well as the new Challenger 3 tanks, of which I saw the second prototype come off the production line in Telford just last month. This is the first British-made tank for 22 years. And Madam Deputy Speaker, our United Kingdom is at its strongest when we stand shoulder to shoulder with our allies, which is why our commitment to NATO will only ever increase. And that is why it's so important that we have been prepared to set out how to get to that 2.5%. We were the country that set 2% at Newport in Wales 10 years ago at the 2014 NATO summit, to be reached by this year. We now extend that further to 2.5% and invite other countries to join us. And NATO has become stronger. It's become stronger because of Putin's actions in Ukraine. It's added members. 2 new members have joined us, and we outgun Putin, therefore, on every single metric. 3 times as many submarines and fighter jets, 4 times as many tanks, helicopters, artillery pieces, 4.5 times as many warships, 6 times as many armed vehicles, 8 times as many transport carriers, and 16 times as many aircraft carriers. But it's important that NATO works together and sticks together. And again, it's important that we send a signal to NATO that the second biggest spender into absolute terms in NATO intends to increase that expenditure, which has been widely welcomed by other NATO members that I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks. The importance of this ironclad alliance is really part of the third lesson that underlines what's happened through Putin's war, because since 2022, we've worked hard with our NATO partners to enlarge the alliance and bolster its eastern flank. And we've also worked hard with our closest partners on a range of top-end procurement programmes, from 6th-generation combat jets with Italy and Japan to cutting-edge nuclear-powered submarines with Australia and the United States. The fourth lesson from Putin's war is Ukraine. It shows that Ukraine and the battle there has needed ever more innovation, new tech, new drones. And as we ramp up our defence spending to 2.5%, we put high-tech innovation right at the heart of our plans. I recently visited DSTL, who do our science and technology, and we've agreed to ring-fence 5% of the defence budget for research and development over the next year and improve our strategic defence research. I'll give way to my friend.
As I'm sure he knows, the UK Royal Navy's radars are made in Cowes and the Isle of Wight. Can we please have a radar strategy for a new generation of radar, but also for the RAF and ballistic missile defence as well, and not just the Royal Navy?
Just before the Secretary of State comes in, I am just slightly conscious that there are 13 speeches, 13 backbench colleagues who've put in to make speeches, and just to be aware that is going to have an impact on the length of those speeches if we're not careful. Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be less generous with the interventions and rattle through the remaining important content for our military and the services. We're building on the recent defence drone strategy and our £4.6 billion investment in uncrewed technologies over the next decade. And AI and other tech advances, they're transforming, as we were discussing earlier, the way that warfare is fought, and our pan-defence procurement reforms have enabled, again as mentioned before, a speeding up of our ability to deliver new technology like the Dragonfire, which I've now mentioned several times from the dispatch box, and will be delivered 5 years early. And fifth and finally, Putin's war in Ukraine has underlined the need for all NATO allies to rebuild their stockpiles and grow their defence industrial base. So to keep our defence production lines running, we've reformed the procurement process to prioritise exportability from day one, so that we make sure that that is now an accredited part of UK production when we make those procurement decisions. Our £75 billion boost for defence includes £10 billion additional to produce even larger stockpiles of munitions over the next decade. And it gives certainty to industry, and it boosts our regions. And defence supports hundreds of thousands of jobs across the UK. And this boost for defence will provide even more opportunities for apprentices, opportunities for seasoned engineers. And these are jobs which would be at risk if the path to 2.5% is not followed. And so it's very important that we give this commitment to our defence personnel, and that is something that we undertake to do. But we'll go further. We'll also invest £4 billion in military accommodation, because we recognise retention as well as recruitment is so important. And that's £4 billion which wouldn't exist without the 2.5% increase. And we'll also make sure that there are wraparound childcare services for service families and service pupil premium. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank, as I know the whole House will, the committed, professional and courageous members of our armed forces for everything that they do for us in more difficult times. They keep us safe, we're backing them with more money, and in a more dangerous world, I think that is the right thing to do. And as I go to Washington with the Prime Minister for the NATO summit in July, we will be saying to other NATO countries, follow our example. Follow us because it's the right thing to do, it's cheaper to do, it's more effective than waiting for wars and conflicts to break out. I encourage other members in this House to follow us.
The question is that this House has considered defence. Shadow Secretary of State John Healey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome this defence debate in government time? The defence and security of Britain is an increasing public concern in this country, and I must say, Madam Deputy Speaker, you said 13 members have put in to speak in this debate. I look forward to each and every one of those contributions. We've pulled into this debate some of the very best in this House on defence for this debate. I want to start, if I may, by paying tribute to our UK Armed Forces. They're in action defending international shipping in the Red Sea, reinforcing NATO allies on the Russian border, protecting all of us in Britain 24/7. Our forces are respected for their total professionalism worldwide. They have our right to expect our full support from all sides of this House, and in this defence debate they will get it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an era of increasing threats to our UK security, to our prosperity and to our values. And to deal with this more dangerous world, we need a new era for UK defence to deter threats, to defend the country, and to defeat attacks. Over the next decade, we face an alliance of aggression from autocrats who have contempt for international law and who freely squander the lives of their own people. With Putin's war in Europe now into its third brutal year, the Ukrainians are fighting with huge courage, civilians and military alike. They've regained half the territory taken by Putin and disabled his Black Sea fleet. But Russia shows resurgent strength, with its economy now on a wartime footing and its government spending 30% of its total budget on the military. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud the UK is united for Ukraine, and in response to the Secretary of State's invitation, we give our full backing to the government's increased UK military aid for this year and following years, as well as our full backing to the long-term UK-Ukraine Security Cooperation Agreement. So let's take the politics out of this country's backing for Ukraine. As Keir Starmer said to President Zelensky in Kyiv, there may be a change of government at the election, but there will be no change in Britain's resolve to support Ukraine, confront Russian aggression and pursue Putin for his war crimes. And we do this because the first duty of any government is to keep the nation safe and protect our citizens. And the defence of the UK starts in Ukraine. If Putin wins, he won't stop with Ukraine. So let me just say very clearly, Labour will always do what is needed, spend what is needed on defence. And when Labour was, let me finish this point if I may, when Labour was last in government in 2010, Britain was indeed spending 2.5% of GDP on defence. The British Army had over 100,000 full-time troops, and satisfaction with service life was at 60%. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
It is absolutely true to say that the honourable member for Leeds North West, his honourable friend and honourable member of this House, has actually done really good work with me on the Ukraine APPG. So I absolutely pay that credit. And whenever we take folks to Ukraine, we try to take as many from that side of the House as this. He's saying that he will do whatever needs to be done. Expenditure requires long-term planning, so I just want to, for the record, confirm that he is saying that he will meet the 15 billion expenditure which the Secretary of State has outlined, and he is also meeting the 75 billion expenditure that the Secretary of State has outlined for the growth of the armed service budget.
Madam Deputy, I'll come on to the 75 billion in a bit, but he asks about Ukraine. The government's increase in military aid for this year and following years has our full Labour support. Every commitment of UK military aid since Putin invaded has had our fullest Labour support. That will continue. Madam Deputy Speaker, we, the Labour Party, we are a party with deep roots in defending this country. Throughout the last century, it's been working men and women who've served on the front line, fighting and sometimes dying for Britain. It was Labour that established NATO and the British nuclear deterrent, commitments that are unshakable for Keir Starmer as Labour leader and for every one of those who serve on the Labour front bench. We are a party with deep pride in forging international law and security. The Geneva Conventions, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty were all signed by Labour Prime Ministers. And we are a party with deep respect for the serving men and women of our armed forces. Theirs is the ultimate public service. They defend the country. They're essential to our national resilience at home. I will give way.
For giving way, and I also want to endorse the things that he is saying and also his support for the government's backing of Ukraine. Does he agree with me that perhaps over the last 25 years, across all sides of this House, and I'll take my own share of responsibility of this, that maybe we have, across the West as a whole, been complacent about the post-Cold War situation and about the fragility and vitality of defending Western liberal democracy? Does he agree that one way of demonstrating that we have understood that we are now in a different place is that we need to reverse the cuts to our armed forces? And backing our soldiers, our men and women who put themselves in harm's way, involves backing them with the resources to increase their numbers, to get us up to, let's say, 100,000 in terms of size of army, so we can demonstrate to the rest of the world we are serious about standing shoulder to shoulder with our NATO colleagues and defending democracy and freedom across the world.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman only to a point, and it's this. The Defence Secretary has set out in his speech for the House this afternoon the range of increasing threats that this country and our allies now face. Those threats are very different to 14 years ago. So it isn't simply a question of reversing the cuts that we've seen in recent years. It's a question of matching the requirements needed for the future with the threats that we face. And when I will give way.
For giving way, and I do very much agree with him that defence has to be a consensual matter, and all the work that I've done with the Labour front bench has been very consensual. They've talked great deal of sense, and everything, the single thing that the Shadow Secretary of State has said this afternoon could easily have been said by a Conservative Secretary of State, nothing wrong whatsoever. Will you therefore continue that worthwhile cross-party consensus by agreeing to match our defence spending commitment to 2.5%?
Madam Deputy Speaker, we share that ambition to hit 2.5%. Our commitment to 2.5%, which the honourable gentleman asked me about, is total. And we will do it in our own way, and we will do it as soon as we can. And I'll come on to the flaws in which his own front bench has set out their plan. I'll give way again.
You're being extremely generous. There's a very important difference here. Ours is an absolute 100% cast-iron guaranteed pledge to spend 2.5%. Will he match that?
And how are we going to pay for it? And how are we going to pay for it?
Oh, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid there's nothing cast iron about the figures, about the plan, or indeed the proposals for paying for it. And I will come on to that in a moment. Before I gave way to his first intervention, I wanted to pick up a final point that was made by the honourable member for Westmoreland, which is the question of reviewing what we need to face the threats that we now face. And the Defence Secretary is dismissive about the need for a strategic defence review, despite the fact his own department is preparing for exactly that, whatever the result of the next election, confirmed in this House last month by his Defence Procurement Minister, a point he also made in response the month before, when the Honourable Gentleman for Bournemouth talked about a defence review, and the Defence Procurement Minister said he makes an excellent point. Madam Deputy Speaker, the problem for the Honourable Gentleman, who was involved in the first 5 years of the coalition government after 2010, the problem for the front bench who've been in government for the last 14 years, is that people judge governments on what they do, not on what they say. Now, the Defence Secretary mentioned his January speech at Lancaster House, and he was right when he argued what we do in UK defence sends signals to the world. But what signal does it send to Britain's adversaries when the UK armed forces have been hollowed out and underfunded since 2010, as his predecessor admitted in this House last year? What signal does it send our adversaries when defence spending has been cut from 2.5 under Labour to 2.3 now? That day-to-day defence budgets since 2010 have been cut by £10 billion, and that the British Army has now been cut to its smallest size since Napoleon. I will give way.
Was it also a fact when the President's Defence Secretary was chair of the Conservative Party up until 2016 that the Conservative Party, then in government with the coalition, cut the defence budget by 18%, and not only reduced the size of the army, but made people compulsory redundant in our armed forces, something if a Labour government had done, you'd have heard howls of cry from the benches opposite?
Well, I said a moment ago that governments and ministers are judged by what they do, not what they say, and my right honourable friend is absolutely right, and independent library figures confirm that 18% cut in defence spending over the first 5 years of governments led by the Conservatives since 2010. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what signal does it also send to our adversaries that defence procurement has been condemned by the Public Accounts Committee as broken, that at least 15 billion of taxpayers' money has been wasted in MOD mismanagement, and that procurement delays to Ajax and Wedgetail are putting our NATO commitments at risk? What signal does it send to our adversaries when forces recruitment targets have been missed each and every year for the last 14 years, satisfaction with service life and morale has fallen to record lows, and military families live in damp housing and use food banks to get by? Even after Putin invaded Ukraine, this is a government that cut a further 4,000 troops from the British Army. This is a government that took 287 days to sign a new contract to replace the NLAW anti-tank missiles to restock our armed forces. This is the government that has created, according to the National Audit Office, the biggest ever 17 billion black hole this year in the defence equipment plan. No wonder the Secretary of State wants to talk the future and not about the past. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the Tory record of the last 14 years. 14 years of failure on defence. And our armed forces simply cannot afford another 5 years of the Conservatives. Let me say again, people judge governments by what they do and not on what they say. And the Defence Secretary now thinks he's got an answer to every problem, a magic wand, a get-out-of-jail-free card. Because when the Prime Minister announced last month that the Conservatives will raise defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030, it was the same level, of course, that this country spent with Labour in 2010. It was the same promise made by Boris Johnson 2 years earlier, which they haven't delivered in any of the 5 budgets or 8 autumn statements since. None hit 2.5%, none reversed the real cuts in resource spending, none matched our Labour record. Everyone recognises that defence spending must rise to deal with increasing threats. We share the same ambition as the government. We are totally committed to 2.5% on defence, and we want a plan that is fully costed, fully funded, in government budgets. Our armed forces deserve no less. But this... I'll give way to two of his colleagues who haven't yet intervened on me, but I'm sure I'll come back to him.
Governments should be judged not by what they say but by what they do. If they were in government, would they specifically commit, he mentioned Wedgetail, to going back to the original 5 Wedgetail AW aircraft rather than the 3 that are now on order? Is that what you would not say but do?
Well, the Right Honourable Gentleman, he knows the difficulty of serving in this House, debating these issues on defence from opposition. He knows we simply don't have access to the classified information about threats, the capabilities we need, the state of the armed forces, or indeed even the true state of the public finances until we open the books. Those are the sort of decisions that we will make in a strategic defence review within the first year of a new Labour government, and that is the way that we balance the requirements for national security with the responsibilities for sound public finances. I give way to the Right Honourable Gentleman. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for giving way again. Isn't there a simple problem here, though? If you're committing to a defence review, that defence review is going to take 9 months, 10 months, a year, and that simply means that you avoid spending or matching those increases for a period of at least 18 months. That is a significant problem.
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman needs to have a word with his own front bench, because the department at the moment are planning a fresh review, whatever the outcome. Yes, they are. Whatever the outcome of the election, and the problem for the Honourable Gentleman is the 2030 target is not in the government's financial plans. It's in a press release. And you can't rebuild the UK's armed forces. You can't let long-term procurement contracts. You can't deter those who threaten us. You can't defeat Putin with press releases. If this 2030 plan had been in a budget, it would have been independently checked, it would have been openly costed, and it would be fully funded. It isn't. It wasn't. And there are more holes in the Defence Secretary's numbers than in Emmentaler cheese. The Institute for Fiscal Studies has called the 75 billion figure essentially meaningless. The Institute for Government has said that the Conservatives' 2.5% plan does not add up. And the Institute for Government have also said cutting 70,000 civil servant jobs will get nowhere close to delivering the savings needed to fund 2.5%. Madam Deputy Speaker, to produce his fake figure of 75 billion, he's invented a zero-growth baseline for the next 6 years, unlike and in contrast, of course, to the Treasury's official 0.5% real annual growth baseline. To get 2.3% as a different baseline for the annual increases in his plan, on page 20, in the annex of his report, which he likes to parade, he's added up all one-off spending in this year to the defence core budget. That's 3 billion for Ukraine, 1 billion for the nuclear contingency, £500 million for operations, 300 million for ammunition, all in the figures for each of the next 6 years. And finally, he's used a trick that they've tried before from the 2015 Defence Strategic Review, when ministers pledged to cut 30% of MOD civil servants just to make their spending plans add up. But of course, after 2015 and that plan, civil service numbers in the MOD didn't go up, didn't go down, they went up. They didn't go down to 41,000, they went up to 63,000. And the new promised increase to defence core budgets won't start until April next year. So for the next 10 months, day-to-day budgets in real terms are still being cut. The army is still being cut. Recruitment targets are still being missed. 9 out of 10 of the veterans promised a veteran's ID card by the end of last year are still missing out. And around 500 veteran households are being made homeless every 3 months. Madam Deputy Speaker, our armed forces cannot afford another 5 years of the Conservatives. And with threats increasing and tensions growing, we must make Britain better defended. So Labour's plan for defence will reinforce homeland protections with a new strategic review. It'll fulfil NATO obligations in full with a NATO test on our major programmes. It will renew... I'm finishing off now. You've had your chance, and you'll have a chance to speak. It will renew the nation's contract with those who serve with an independent forces commissioner. It'll make allies our strategic strength with a new French, German, EU defence agreements and renewed UK leadership within the AUKUS alliance. And it will direct British defence investment first to British jobs with deep procurement reform. Labour is the real party of defence, and with Labour, Britain will be better defended.
Chair of the Defence Select Committee, Sir Jeremy Quin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As both front benches have made clear, we are all in this place indebted to the hard work of our armed forces personnel. And alas, we live in a dangerous world. The optimism that followed the fall of the Berlin Wall and China joining the WTO, that optimism has proved illusory. The Defence Committee is currently investigating the grey zone, the gathering of intelligence, the manoeuvring for advantage, the pressurising of independent states, the disruption of democratic processes, the deployment of proxies. Into that category can be placed the hack on the defence payroll discussed earlier today, which follows the hack of our electoral data. But these are simply symptoms of a much wider pattern of step-by-step progression. If, at a future date, our adversaries were to step over the threshold into kinetic warfare, no one could argue that we've not been warned. For any who believed that the modern world was too sophisticated, too nuanced, too interdependent to ever consider the brute force of state-on-state aggression, least of all in Europe, they had their delusions shattered in February 2022. As we speak here, in Ukraine, hundreds of thousands are engaged in the gallant defence of their homes and families from an autocratic aggressor operating on the simple mantra that might is right. In our last defence debate, I called on the government to recognise the current threat by setting out a clear path to increase the UK's defence investment to 2.5% of GDP. The announcement of just that trajectory is most welcome. I congratulate the Prime Minister and my right honourable friend on its achievement and the vital additional support to Ukraine. It is all the more welcome that this increase is not achieved by some hockey stick projection of what will happen in 5 years' time, but is being realised on a linear basis with a step up each year. That provides credibility and certainty of delivery and will send a message to our adversaries and a very clear message to British industry. We need them to invest in capital equipment, in skills, in innovation. It also sends a powerful message to another critical group, our NATO allies. We are celebrating 75 years of the most effective and successful defence alliance the world has known. As the Secretary of State referenced, it remains the case that NATO enjoys on paper a substantial overmatch in materiel against Russia. That is well and good. But NATO must constantly up its game. Russia has shown itself oblivious in its tactics to the human cost of its devastating war in Ukraine. Against that backdrop, it's absolutely essential that we maintain a substantial conventional overmatch, especially in deep fires and ensuring air superiority, with the stockpiles to maintain it. We need to continue to do so, notwithstanding Russia spending eye-watering amounts to replace with more modern equipment their losses in Ukraine. NATO also needs to ensure that military capabilities recognise the new geopolitical realities, namely the close relationship between China, Russia and other potential aggressors. North Korea with its nuclear capability, and Iran with its regional proxies looking to seize opportunities from a distracted West. A clash, were it to come, could come simultaneously from multiple quarters. Europe must recognise the implications of this and pull its weight. When I spoke last, I said that I found it hard to believe that we would not end up feeling the need to invest up to 3% of GDP, but that any such decision should be based on a bottom-up analysis of necessary capabilities. It will also be influenced by one other critical factor. The increase in our commitment should be noted by not just our adversaries and our industry, but our allies. NATO must set a new benchmark of 2.5% to reflect the new realities. That additional 140 billion of defence investment across the alliance would go a long way to reassuring us all that defence is receiving across this continent, a continent in which a live war rages, the greater priority it demands. This debate is a general debate on defence. Honourable members may wish to tackle a whole range of issues, each one of which would be worthy of a parliamentary debate in its own right. To name but a few such themes: the balance, given the announced new investment, between the current equipment plan and innovative weapon systems emerging from the Ukraine war; the role of the Royal Navy, the balance of its current commitments, the shipbuilding programme and CASD; the modernisation of the Army, in particular its armoured components; the increased prevalence of unmanned aerial systems; the importance to the Royal Air Force and our industrial base of GCAP, and our future role in the space domain; and our home defence, on which the Honourable Member for Halton alluded earlier. When I asked the Prime Minister whether post the failed Iranian attack on Israel we would be reviewing the need for multi-layered UK air defence, that was because I believe we should. Increasingly, citizens will be vulnerable, not just to land-based missile or drone attack, but from vessels at sea, with limited warnings. These are all valid areas of debate. However, I want to restrict my remarks not to the internal defence debate, important as each are, but to the wider issue of how, in a much darker world, defence needs to be working with our allies, across government, and with broader society as a whole. I know there are arguments being made that in the circumstances our full focus and commitment must be to Europe. Strengthening our ability to play what would be a vital role in that theatre is of course necessary, as the committee's report Ready for War set out. However, we have strong continental allies with land-based and land-focused forces, and the contest for the future will not be determined by a standoff in Eastern Europe alone. As in earlier eras, the search for resources, for critical minerals, for the dominance of sea routes remain. We have influence and are trusted in many parts of the world. We have genuine friends, a concept unknown to our adversaries. Our role in supporting our allies, for example, in competing with an expansionary China, may not lie in the South China Sea, but on the coast of Africa, in the Gulf and in the High North. We should not lightly neglect the assets we have. In particular, our history has provided us with the geographic reach and a position which our adversaries would love to usurp. As senior US military and naval officers are not slow to remind us, UK bases overseas remain absolutely vital, not least Diego Garcia. We must be deeply protective of assets with so much strategic value in protecting the free world, including supporting regional allies. Secondly, how defence is viewed inside government. For anyone who has had the privilege of serving as a defence minister, and I'm delighted to say that there are many of us on the Defence Committee, the picture is familiar. The darkened room, probably Cobra, the ominous description of whatever dire visitation is expected, be it fire, flood, plague, strike, or even the failure of security baggage checkers, and all faces turn in your direction. There will always be a requirement for MACA requests. The military will always rise to the task, but they should not be called upon as often as they are. Our armed forces must be training and preparing for their tasks, and their rest and recuperation time is critical if we are to retain and recruit. Government departments must be more resilient in peacetime and must have in place plans for worst-case scenarios, including war, as was once the case. These should be checked. They should be exercised. Lastly, defence working alongside society. In the quarter of the century in which our own national defence appeared to be assured, our ability to think holistically about the strategic interplay between all aspects of our society and how that can help us keep us safe has atrophied. Defence cannot be put into a discrete box. We need to think clearly about long-term national plans and how they support our resilience. To name but a few examples, the skills agenda on nuclear is commendable. These are, with no disrespect to our Liberal Democrat friends, these are very, very long-term commitments. You can't play the okey-cokey with nuclear. It is a long-term endeavour. That skills agenda is incredibly important. But are we doing enough to set out exactly the cash that will be invested in upgrading our scientific capability? Are our plans for SMRs being driven at the pace we require, not just to minimise cost, but to appreciate swiftly all the implications that that new technology may unleash? Given the undoubted brilliance of UK research, are we doing everything we can to ensure we are spotting the crossover opportunities? We can be certain that using every possible avenue into that UK research, our adversaries are doing just that. When ideas move from research to production, are we calling out those who often cavalierly and without proper consideration are making trite judgments on what may be ethical or unethical investment, and in doing so are undermining our ability to live in a society where such a debate can even take place? There has been in the press some commentary about peacetime conscription. While I welcome the honesty of sharing worst-case scenarios and the focus that that has brought on increased investment in defence, I personally viewed the idea as misplaced, but I would make an observation. We risk, in the coming decades, skill pinch points in critical areas for defence. They are at the very areas at the forefront of technology, and therefore at the forefront of demand in the private sector. Are we doing enough to identify brilliant young men and young women and setting out a specific and unique path for them to enter for a limited period His Majesty's Armed Forces post-university? Some may wish to stay longer term, others may join the reserves. It would require a different approach. The government would have to consider the whole raft of inducements, including financial. But we should not overlook the willingness of young people to accept fascinating challenges and serve if called on to do so. Done well, this cadre would be recognised by industry as having been handpicked as the leading lights of their generation. It may even be among the most sought after of skill sets, provide the impetus to the zigzag careers as proposed by the Haythornthwaite Review. We need to invest in innovation, in capital equipment, in the men and women of our armed forces. I'm pleased that the government is doing just that. It's vital, it's timely, and every penny must be well spent.
SNP spokesperson Martin Docherty-Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to be here for this debate. It's an important debate, and I think for those of us in the Defence Select Committee, we'd say we don't actually have them enough. I maybe wanted to pick up on a point, I hope for my honourable friends and members for Right Honourable Minister Warley and for North Durham, about reduction in defence spend and the discussion we had at Select Committee recently, where we challenged the Secretary of State around, as is our duty as a Select Committee, around expenditure. And I maybe wanted to pinpoint one specific point which relates to people. Because I think, at least from these benches, people are the bedrock of a defence policy and posture. And it relates to concerns around defence infrastructure and security, and especially for those of us who live around nuclear defence infrastructure. We might not necessarily agree with it. It's there, so you would hope it's secure at all times. So coming back to the point my right honourable friends had made, if we were to look at some concerns around the Ministry of Defence police budget specifically in 2010-2011, now, right honourable friends and members may correct me if I'm right or wrong, if it was the Labour government at that point, the budget for the Defence Police budget was £154.8 million, equating to £226.78 million today when adjusted for inflation. However, the budget today is £161.3 million, which was 22 to 23, which is, relating back to the question posed at committee, a real terms reduction round about 65.5 million over the last 12 years in the Defence Police infrastructure. It's maybe something ministers might want to come back to later on. And there was also some of the elements from the Shadow Defence Secretary around the 75 billion, and which I do share that concern, because I think he, like me, understands this. There's an assumption from government is it based on a baseline of spend about, in terms of a percentage of GDP, is frozen in cash terms. So without borrowing or without extra debt, it comes nowhere near to 75 billion. I do wish the government well on that point. But I would maybe want to have a wee bit more of a conciliatory approach to this. There will be at least some consistency from my benches, which I'm sure the Minister will appreciate, that while he and I both have different views on the nuclear deterrent, we at least are consistent. And it's quite interesting to see someone else getting taken over the barrel for that. Makes a change. And also the commitments to Ukraine. He can take it from these benches, whoever the government happens to be, say this year or next year, that we will be steadfast also in our support for Ukraine. The right to defend your national territory and the right to national self-determination are an element of human dignity for any modern nation-state and alliance. And as I said, my kind of gist here is about talking about three things. That's people, place, and also our partnerships. Let's talk about the ordinary ranks. It's a term I actually find quite problematic. I come from a services family. My brother was a sergeant. My nephew is in the forces as well. He's in the ordinary ranks. There's nothing really ordinary when you serve either. Yeah, I will give way. Yeah.
I think the term is other ranks.
Well, it seems all a wee bit. Let me go on to it in a wee bit of a second. But in common parlance, I think it's all was called the ordinary ranks. Well, maybe the Minister maybe want to listen for a wee second. Because those types of terminologies, whether it be other or the ordinary, says nothing about the men and women who served, for example, in Iraq, like my brother, or Afghanistan, or those, for example, out in the Red Sea, no matter what happens in the Red Sea, and there is concern that there might be mission creep there, or other deployments, for example, the Joint Expeditionary Force in Estonia, which I know that the Estonian government welcomes. And I do say that as the co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group. I think those ranks deserve more from us. Not just the government, not just the official opposition, but all of us as parliamentarians. They deserve more for us to take them more seriously in how we structure, how we support them, how we pay them, their entire terms and conditions. And I know that there's probably a profound disagreement about my approach, which would be an armed services representative body. Though I'm saddened that the official opposition changed their position, I have to say that if they were to form the government, these benches would support their new approach. We think it's at least a step in the right direction. Though I don't think having, I would say, a government appointee to represent the armed forces personnel is the right step forward, because I think the lived experience of members of the armed forces who have been on the front line needs to form an understanding, as with any engagement in terms and conditions, for example with a trade union. An armed forces representative body from this party is not a trade union, does not have the right to strike our proposals. But I do think that we have to say to those ranks that we believe that they can collectively come together as a collective and have that critical engagement with government and, I think more importantly, with Parliament broadly. Because I think we need to have that discussion with them. They need to be a part of defence policy and posture. I mean, these are people that we want to send to the front line to fire a gun or fire a missile. But we technically are saying to them that we don't believe that they have the capability to come together collectively to discuss and debate their own terms and conditions. I do find that slightly bizarre, because if we don't engage with them in a more robust fashion as equals, I do think we're going to go around a kind of consistent revolving door of reports that we've seen for years in committees, in the Defence Select Committee especially. Now, I'm mindful of the, and I have intimated to that or mentioned them, the Right Honourable Member for Wrexham, who I know is not here today, in the report that they chaired in the Subcommittee on Women in the Armed Forces. That report was profound. Do I think, if we don't have real engagement with the front line, that there is going to be substantial change? I have grave concerns that there won't be. And I have grave concerns. I think the Honourable Gentleman's wanting in. Yeah.
He's absolutely right about absolutely close engagement with other ranks, not all other ranks. That, of course, is true. He might well benefit from serving some time on the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, where he'll discover that actually all of our time is spent with the other ranks.
Yeah. I'm grateful for the opportunity, but I have declined for various reasons before. It's important, and I will get into it in a wee bit more detail, and maybe, while he might not agree with it, I maybe want to reflect on some of the experiences that we saw in that report, which were quite profound. You won't see that talked about when you're on, I'm afraid, the Armed Forces Parliamentary Body, when you have ordinary service personnel in private meetings with you as a parliamentarian as part of a committee inquiry, telling you about the dreadful conditions that they suffer because of their gender, their sex, their sexuality, and also their ethnicity. And some of it has been like a revolving door. Yes, I will.
Speaker, I spent 27 years of commissioned service in the British Army. He does the British Army a disservice.
Honourable gentleman, I do remember chaired the Armed Forces Bill Committee, where we had some really profound, challenging evidence given to that committee. It was during the pandemic. I don't think he and I would disagree that that was challenging. Some of the issues that were brought to us were very challenging. And the report from his right honourable friend, the member for Wrexham, a former reservist, was challenging. It was just a bare reality of what many members of the armed forces had to go through. And I'm sure he was in the chamber when members from Pride were here to hear about the Prime Minister's apology to LGBT members of the services. That happened. It's not a figment of the imagination. It doesn't say anything about the vast majority of the armed forces in terms of their abilities and capabilities. To me, it's more about the structure. And I just imagine what it would be different if we had a body in which members of the armed forces, elected by their peers, could engage with any government in the future. I think we'd be in a far better position to have that debate and to actually target support where it must probably be needed. Because I have to say, I haven't yet heard a convincing argument against that. And I'm glad that the official opposition has a policy on this. It might not be the one that I think is appropriate, but I think it is a reflection that the time has now come to have some type of body take up that physical challenge. I believe their example is from Germany, but I'm also mindful that the example of one of our closest military allies, the Netherlands, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, where you will find members of the armed forces being the General Secretary of the Trade Union. It doesn't stop them being able to carry out their duty as a member of the armed forces and also to have a distinct armed forces trade union. There are one or two NATO allies who actually have them, but they actually even have the right to strike. It's not somewhere where I would be going in terms of a policy. I just think it is critically, given some of the conditions that members of the armed forces and their families have faced over many years, and we have heard about it in select committee reports around housing, we've heard it in statements, we've heard about some of the right honourable gentlemen opposite, Rayleigh, for example, my right honourable friend across there, who talks about capita and some of the profound problems that members of the armed forces face on a daily basis. I do honestly believe that that would be in a far better position to deal with that if they were able to come together and deliberate and engage with whatever the government is. Now, it's something I do think it's important to reflect on some of our Scandinavian allies when it comes to a more coherent approach around how we go forward as parliamentarians. Because it's not just about members of the armed forces, it's the role of Parliament as well. And I've heard some members talk about trying to have a more collegiate approach. And I think there is an opportunity, whether a government has a huge majority or not, if you were to take the Danish example or the Swedish example, that an entire parliamentary term, you have an agreed military defence posture. You have an agreed budget. You bring the main parties together and you make a collective parliamentary decision. The Nordic Scandinavian model means that there is a good foundation to create a robust defence posture with full parliamentary support. Now, even we in the SNP would agree to that. Now, we may disagree on the nuclear deterrent. Parliament has voted for that. I might not agree with it, but Parliament has voted for that. But the vast majority of issues, I think the vast majority of parties in this place could agree and support a government, critically given that the times that we live in need a coherent approach and a full and robust parliamentary support. Now, I do hope that's something that both the government and the official opposition would consider if and when the next election is called and who should ever form the next government. I do think it does bring people together, because it's also about us as parliamentarians taking our responsibilities appropriately. It's also about creating transparency and openness. I mean, even in the United States, there's a far more transparent and robust engagement with government on Capitol Hill by the Armed Forces Committee, which, of course, the Defence Select Committee does not have any of those powers in any shape or form. But if we had a more open and transparent engagement at a parliamentary level, we could hopefully overcome a lot of that. The other thing I maybe wanted to bring to a conclusion was around partnership. And I have to say to the Shadow Defence Secretary, I'm really glad to hear that he mentioned some of partnerships when he was bringing his speech to a close, because we in these benches have been pushing since 2016 in the SNP for a more coherent defence or mutual defence agreement with the European Union. And I think, and he will need to correct me if I'm wrong, if that was not a part of what he actually said in his concluding remarks. And there's a reason for that, not to replace NATO, but to understand some of the complexities that EU members face when it comes to logistics, road design, bridge weights, would be far easier tackled through the EU in a partnership with them than it would be, say, through NATO. Because if you're trying to move a tank from the west to the Eastern Front, it has to get across France, Germany, etc. And I will be bringing my remarks to a conclusion in just a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I say that as a Euro-Atlanticist. I think it's really important that we create defence relationships with people who share our common interests here in the Euro-Atlantic area. Because I do think, as others have mentioned, we do face a crisis of retention, a crisis of recruitment, unfathomable black holes that I wouldn't wish on any Defence Secretary, whether it's the present one or one who wants to be one. They are unimaginable tasks that the next government will have to face. But I think if we put people and place and partnership at the heart of that, we, at least in the SNP, though with our differences around the nuclear deterrent, would certainly be willing to support it.
And before I call Mark Francois, just a reminder, there is a certain pressure on time, and I'm sure colleagues will bear that in mind. Mark Francois.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me to participate in this important and timely debate on defence. It comes at an exciting time for defence, following the Prime Minister's welcome announcement that will now increase the UK's defence spending from a little over 2% at present, more if you include Ukraine, to 2.5% by the end of the decade. Moreover, this welcome increase is linear in nature rather than the traditionally back-loaded version, and therefore provides a solid path against which both our armed forces and our defence industry can appropriately plan. As ever with these announcements, my colleagues on the House of Commons Defence Committee will want to scrutinise in detail the Secretary of State's claim that this represents an additional £75 billion for defence over the period. A lot seems to depend on where you draw the baseline in making the calculation. Nevertheless, the declared increase to 2.5% indisputably represents billions of pounds of extra investment over the 6 years in question, which helps to send a powerful signal to both our allies and to any potential aggressors that the United Kingdom is prepared to defend itself, its values and its interests, both across the globe and at home. Allied to this, we have also had the recent announcement by a very proactive Defence Procurement Minister of a whole-scale reform of how the UK plans to procure its military equipment in future. The new system, known as the Integrated Procurement Model, was announced in February. If I were asked to characterise it in one sentence, I'd say that this represents moving from a bureaucratic peacetime model of procuring equipment to a much faster wartime model. Indeed, in Poland, the Prime Minister spoke powerfully about putting the UK defence industry onto a war footing, which is very much in keeping with the Secretary of State's own speech at Lancaster House back in January, that we're now moving from a post-war to a pre-war world, about which, I fear, he may yet be proven right. Taken together, this suggests that after years of concentrating on wars of choice, i.e. in Iraq or Afghanistan, we are now, again, focusing on the possibility of having to fight a war of necessity, perhaps even ultimately a war of national survival against an adversary on the scale of Russia and or China. As someone who's always believed that the first duty of government is the defence of the realm, I warmly welcome what one might call this new type of clear-eyed realism, which now seems to be infusing our defence planning in a way which, at least with regard to wars of necessity, has arguably been absent for many decades. We are, for instance, now recreating a cross-government national defence plan, akin conceptually to what was considered everyday normal business during the Cold War. I hope it's not betraying of confidence to tell the House that the Procurement Minister and I and others, such as the member for Harwich and North Essex, who's in his place beside me, have discussed several times the need not just to change policy in terms of procurement, but crucially the need to change culture if these reforms are to have real meaning. I note the dynamic head of Defence Equipment and Support, Andy Start, when speaking at RUSI recently, explained these reforms began in March and that the operating model will reach what he calls a minimum viable product by the autumn, with the whole programme in full flow by next year. As someone who's previously expressed a great deal of frustration about the bureaucracy and tardiness of our procurement system, I can only wish MIN-DP and the head of DNS Godspeed in implementing these reforms as fast as possible, particularly as the international outlook continues to worsen. We urgently need a sense of urgency, as it were, and it appears that finally we are starting to develop one. All that said, I'd like to highlight this evening one area in which I believe we still remain both operationally and strategically vulnerable, and that is in the realm of air defence. Given the concentration over more than 20 years on the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, we effectively disinvested in the air defence of the United Kingdom relative to other priorities. I'm pleased to note that in the last few years we reinvested in some of our radar stations in Scotland and along the East Coast, and I warmly welcome that. Nevertheless, the experience from Ukraine strongly suggests that if it were ever to come to a shooting war with Russia, who've made great use of mass cruise missile strikes, most of those fixed radar sites would likely be lost to cruise missile attack in the first 24 to 48 hours of hostilities, in addition to threats from ballistic missiles too. Against this eventuality, we do retain a small number of mobile radars. The number is classified, but it is small. It's true we might also be able to rely to some degree on NATO assets or other specialist assets from elsewhere, but certainly in terms of fixed NATO radar stations, they might also be subject to the same cruise missile attacks, and the precious NATO Airborne Early Warning and Control System, AWACS aircraft, could be tasked elsewhere in war. In terms of fighter aircraft for the defence of the UK, the Royal Air Force currently possesses 137 Typhoon aircraft in 3 tranches, the oldest of which, Tranche 1, are on present policy due to be retired in the spring of next year and either cannibalised for parts or sold off to foreign buyers likely for a pittance compared to their initial acquisition cost. Considering that the Russian Air Force still possesses thousands of combat aircraft, this would be an act of absolute folly, one I've likened personally to selling off our Spitfires prior to the Battle of Britain. As told to me by BAE Systems executives on a visit to Warton a few years ago, because of the extremely complex supply chain that goes into the manufacture of Typhoon, it would take at least 4 years to build one from scratch, or 3 years if, as they put it, we hurried it all up in an emergency. If, therefore, the UK were to fight what some strategists sometimes describe as a come-as-you-are war, in which you have to fight either with equipment which is immediately available or can be reconstituted at short notice, there would be no prospect of being able to build additional Typhoons in time to fight. Moreover, both Russia and China have had a long-standing policy over many decades of putting older equipment into a war reserve, which can be drawn on in times of conflict to replenish stocks. This is exactly what the Russians did in the Ukrainian conflict when they pulled mothballed tanks out of depots from as far away as Siberia in order to make up for the very large number of losses of more modern fighting vehicles at the hands of very spirited Ukrainian defenders, armed, one might add, in many cases, with British-manufactured NLAWs. Conversely, the UK MOD has virtually no concept of a war reserve, although events now suggest we should rapidly be developing one. The US, as a comparator, keeps thousands of retired combat aircraft, some very recently retired, in a giant desert boneyard, as it's known, in the Mojave Desert in hot and high conditions where aircraft don't rust. The Americans regularly rehearse taking aircraft out of the stockpile and refurbishing them in order to return them to the front line. It therefore seems to me that it would be madness to sell off over 20% of our fighter force. It would make much greater sense, surely, to put these aircraft into storage, either in the UK or in the Mojave Desert, to begin to constitute a warfighting reserve of our own. Not only would this come at very little expense, but it would constitute a reserve air wing of up to 3 squadrons in time of war, not least as the Tranche 1 Typhoon, armed with AMRAAM and ASRAAM, is still more than a match for Russian long-range bombers, which might attempt to assault the UK via the back door over the North Atlantic, carrying multiple long-range cruise missiles. Yes, briefly.
It's also the case that these aircraft have considerable aircraft life left in them. It isn't as though they're approaching redundancy.
My friend, a former Armed Forces Minister like me, is absolutely right. Many of them still have half of their so-called airframe life remaining, and as I've just said, are more than capable of intercepting and shooting down the threat aircraft which they would have to match. All the more reason to keep them against a rainy day than to flog them off or break them up for parts. On top of this, creating such a war reserve, crucially, would also demonstrate a sign of intent to any potential aggressor that after many years of doing the opposite, the UK is now preparing to fight a sustained conflict with a peer enemy should that become necessary, and hopefully, in so doing, make that eventuality far less likely to take place. Linked to the vulnerability of our radar stations and the shortage of fighter aircraft are the extremely worrisome delays in airborne early warning. The Royal Navy's early warning aircraft, Crow's Nest, is many years late, has only recently entered service for the air defence of the fleet. For the Royal Air Force, the Boeing E-3 Sentry AWACS aircraft were withdrawn shortly after the integrated review was published in 2021, leaving us without a mainstream AEW aircraft. The E-3 was meant to be replaced shortly thereafter by the Boeing E-7 Wedgetail, but the programme has been subject to multiple chronic delays and is still not in service. The RAF are clearly embarrassed by this and are attempting to deploy chaff between in-service dates, when the aircraft could take off the runway, and an initial operating capability when the aircraft might actually be ready to fight. The latest information I have is the ISD could now be in the autumn of 2025, whereas the IOC could now be in either the first or even the second quarter of 2026, i.e. still some 2 years away. This leaves a critical gap in our air defence capability for which the MOD and Boeing in particular need to be held robustly to account. Moreover, the initial buy of 5 Wedgetail aircraft was inexplicably cut to 3 several years ago by ministerial fiat, even though we're contractually obliged to buy all 5 radars, which themselves are very expensive. In short, the Boeing E-7 Wedgetail is rapidly becoming the RAF's equivalent of the Army's Ajax programme, a procurement disaster which went on year after year at the vast expense of the taxpayer without actually entering operational service, and Ajax still hasn't. The Defence Committee, alarmed by this, has now invited the head of Boeing Defence and Space, Mr Ted Colbert, to appear before the committee at Westminster to provide an explanation, although we're still attempting to finalise a precise date for his personal appearance. Boeing is now an organisation in crisis. After the sad deaths of over 300 people caused by the 2 crashes of its 737 MAX aircraft, we've seen further serious safety incidents, most recently in January when a door flew off an Alaska Boeing 737 MAX 9 in mid-flight. This incident was followed by a number of so-called whistleblowers involved either at Boeing or in its supply chain, coming forward with very serious allegations about failures in the way the company builds its aircraft. No doubt partly as a result of this, Mr Dave Calhoun announced he'd be stepping down at the end of the year as chief executive. Moreover, in the first quarter of this year, Boeing reported a net loss of over $350 million, and the company still experiences serious production problems across a range of aircraft, both civilian and military, of which the UK Wedgetail is but one example. The US Air Force also has numerous issues with Boeing, not least with his much-troubled KA-46 air tanker programme. Moreover, for many years, Boeing as a company has done extremely well in winning major multi-billion-dollar procurement orders from the MOD, in return for which they have placed very limited amounts of work on those programmes with the defence industry in the UK. As specific examples, and according to the MOD's own recent figures, on the E-7 Wedgetail, the estimated UK content is around 10%. For the AH-64 Apache, it's only 7%. For the P-8 Poseidon anti-submarine aircraft, it's barely 4%. And for the original CH-47 Chinook helicopters, it was just 2%. According to a subsequent WPQ that I tabled, the UK content for the new order of CH-47 extended range Chinooks for our special forces will generate a UK Wiltshire of about 8%. Taken together, alongside the purchase of the Boeing RC-135 rivet joint electronic reconnaissance aircraft, for which no work-share figures publicly available, this represents some $10 billion of business for Boeing from the UK MOD, for which the UK work-share has been 10% at best and 2% at worst. It seems to me that Boeing have been doing incredibly well out of the UK MOD, whilst UK industry have been doing incredibly badly out of Boeing. I give way.
Gentlemen also agree with me. It's also bad news for the defence budget because these contracts are in dollars, which with dollar exchange rates actually puts huge pressures on the defence budget.
Again, another former Armed Forces Minister is right, and he'll know that at both the Defence Committee and the PAC, the effect of the dollar exchange rate of buying so many big off-the-shelf items from the US has been an issue that's cropped up time and again. He's absolutely right. Moreover, this doesn't just apply to air platforms. Boeing have a major logistics contract with the MOD called the Future Logistics Information System, or FLIS, that is due to run until late 2020. However, as evidenced by the Public Accounts Committee, in late 2020, the MOD signed a 5-year contract extension called Bridging the Gap, worth $550 million with Boeing, which was not even completed. I think this raises questions about the degree to which the MOD seem to be mesmerised by Boeing as a company, both to the detriment of value for money for the UK and our industrial workshare. Indeed, as the POC subsequently reported, quotes, "We are concerned to hear that the MOD awarded the contract for this £550 million programme to a large defence prime contractor without a competitive tendering process." This is all the more surprising given that in the 1990s the standard policy of the MOD was to ask for 100% offset in major off-the-shelf procurements of military equipment from abroad, especially the US. For instance, in the late 1990s, the purchase of the C-130J Hercules, Lockheed Martin were required to place work to the equivalent of 100% of the multi-billion-dollar contract value with industry. The work could take one of two forms: direct offset, i.e. work on the aircraft platform itself, such as propellers or undercarriages or logistics support, or indirect offset, other high-quality work to be placed with UK defence industry over the life of the programme, but not necessarily directly related to the platform itself. Under the Blair government, for whatever reason, this policy was quietly dropped, which has allowed a situation to develop whereby the MOD has bought a number of big-ticket items from the US without receiving any real legally binding guarantees of compensating work share for UK industry. I would therefore suggest to the next government, of whatever political colour, that if they're reviewing defence, they might want to look at reintroducing the concept of 100% offset for any further major offshore procurements. In some cases, it's operationally the right thing to buy something off the shelf from the US. I would argue that Wedgetail, at least 5 aircraft anyway, was the right decision, but I don't think it's acceptable we hand out such handsome contracts to foreign suppliers without UK industry being given their fair share. In conclusion, a cynic might say Boeing is a company increasingly in crisis, which is falling apart even more rapidly than the aircraft it purports to build. This is something very serious for us in the UK, as like it or not, Boeing is one of our major defence suppliers and are responsible for supporting key equipment and service. We don't want that company to fail, and therefore we can only hope the new incoming management are going to take a very firm grip of the situation and turn it around, and the sooner the better. Lastly, it's very good news we're reversing a downward trend in defence spending and are now investing more rather than less in the defence of the realm. It's very much to be welcomed, but it's not just a question of how much you spend, it's also a matter of how well you spend it. And I very much hope with the new integrated procurement model and perhaps a couple of humble suggestions I've been able to offer this evening, we can put more of that money to good use to ensure that we, our people and our allies remain safe in an increasingly dangerous world. Civis pacem parabellum.
Order. Order. There are 10 honourable members still seeking to speak. There's a considerable amount of expertise in the chamber tonight. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that all honourable members will want to make a succinct contribution. But frankly, if the chairman of the Defence Select Committee can confine his remarks to 12 minutes, then I would hope and expect that other colleagues on both sides of the House will do likewise. John Spellar.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm mindful of your dictum on that. Can I just start off by following up on the comments from the Right Honourable Member for Rochford about Boeing, because Rayleigh and Wickley, but it is not just about getting the contract right in the first place. It's actually about enforcing it afterwards. And even when Boeing and other companies have given assurances and agreements, they have not been held to account. And I fear the MOD are going to find a similar problem relating to the hack of the accounts of our personnel, in that the Treasury adamantly, stubbornly refused to take past performance into account when assessing future contracts. This has to change. For heaven's sake, I thought one of the advantages, supposedly, of Brexit was we were able to take back control. Although, by the way, our European competitors have been able to do that within the confines of the EU, This is an ideological battle within the civil service, and ministers have to take it on across departments. Can I also apologise, Mr Deputy Speaker, for, as is quite obvious, having a cold, but one that was acquired in good service, as the results in the West Midlands showed, as colleagues will have noticed on Tuesday night. I was also hoping that the debate would be replied to by the Honourable Member for Aldershot, and I was hoping that he would at least acknowledge, if not welcome, that actually the home of the British Army, the council, is now run by the Labour Party with its excellent leader, Keith Dibble. And there's a lesson in that for us, because Keith Dibble is someone who has been on the moderate side of the Labour Party, pro-defence, pro-good sense in the party for many years, and has built up a Labour group there which can actually relate to the good people of Aldershot and Farnborough. And that's also true in the wider sense of the Labour Party. At certain stages in our history, Labour has been less sound on defence than it has at other times in opposition. And this isn't just a correlation, it's a causal factor as well. Indeed, when Labour actually is sound on defence, as we in government, as we have always been in government, that actually gets the confidence of the British people. And indeed, if we look this year, we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of NATO, an organisation set up by the Attlee-Bevan government, who also developed Britain's nuclear capability. And throughout all the period of change of government, we've had continuous at-sea deterrence. I have to say, for the rhetoric, and we had quite a lot of rhetoric from the front bench today, for the rhetoric, quite often Conservative performance has not matched up to that. At the end of the Cold War, we had options for change, taking the peace dividend, cutting recruitment, running down equipment, withdrawing our forces from and armour from Germany. At great cost, it looks as though we're going to have to remedy that. We just touched on earlier about the nuclear submarine renewal. In March of 2007, under the Labour government, moved by the Right Honourable Member for Derby North, this Parliament agreed the principle of renewal of the nuclear deterrent submarine programme, gateway stage to be further decided 2012 to 2014. David Cameron at that stage declined to do that, having allowed himself to be blackmailed, and I say allowed himself because I don't think they would have broken up the government and given up their jobs. California wasn't beckoning at that stage, and therefore we have suffered very considerable extra cost, break-up of workforce teams, and lost the rhythm of those that submarine manufacture up in Barrow, and also the effect on the crews and on our equipment. So that is a real worry. There's also a worry that I have at the moment with our current submarine programme, and that is about the national nuclear endeavour. I absolutely agree with the principle. I'm very concerned about some of the detail. In the Nuclear Skills Task Force, they're saying they're investing to increase our intake of nuclear sector graduates to around 2,000 in the next 4 years. When I pose a question to the Skills Department, I'm told that in fact there are 65 undergraduate enrolments in nuclear and particle physics courses, 190 postgraduate enrolments, a total of 255. I don't think they will all necessarily be going into the defence industry, and I find it hard to get the data, in fact, as to how many of those are actually British citizens, which, given the security requirements, if, by the way, the security clearances can ever get their act together and issue people with security clearances, I think that they are seriously underestimating the need for expanding these courses and also for prioritising British students in order to be able to work in our nuclear endeavour programme. Now, when I refer to the question about expenditure, I know from discussions that we've had in many debates here and also in the Select Committee that many backbenchers on the government side agree with the critique and recognise that the dead hand of the deadbeat Treasury, not just recently, over the last 100 years or so, has seriously undermined Britain's defence capability time and again. In the interwar, in the infamous 10-year rule, basing defence expenditure on the assumption there would not be a war for 10 years. The shell crisis of 1915. But what concerns me is that while history may not repeat itself, it certainly rhymes. And so back in July of 2021, the Defence Committee had General Hodges, head of the American Army in Europe, giving evidence. And he reported on an exercise where a third Division in Texas participated in an American warfighting exercise. They discovered that the British Army ran out of every bit of important ammunition in about 8 days of exercise. Nothing was done about it. That was known, yet when we had in 2022, the Ukraine war started, it became clear very early on that it was going to be very much an artillery war. There's newer drones and missiles and so on, but artillery plays an absolutely crucial role. And it took from early 22 through to July of 2023 for the MOD to actually sign an agreement with BAE in order to produce the extra shells. There is not that sense of drive and urgency. Certainly we are not dealing, especially when we're dealing with a country like Russia that has put its whole economy onto a war footing. And even so, we've still got 2 single plants. We've got Durham and we've got Glasgow for artillery shells. Glasgow recently had demonstrations outside of people trying to close it. Why they're trying to stop them producing shells from Ukraine is another matter, and I certainly hope that the union representing the workers will be taking up that case. The United States has recognised they cannot have single points of failure. And remember, in Glasgow they recently had an explosion. If that had been more serious, what would that have done on the capacity? The United States is building new government-owned, company-operated sites. They're not worried about the complaints about nationalisation. Indeed, the powers given to the President in order to command industry are very considerable. Yet again, we're still going through the same old, rely on the companies putting in their cases. We haven't got that luxury of that time. But I also have to say, while I'll be critical of ministers and also of senior civil servants in this, the senior military have to take their responsibilities in this as well. Because year on year, they have focused on platforms rather than munitions or indeed accommodation. And the costs of that are being seen in report after report from our committee and indeed in the media. But also we have to recognise that what we now have is not just a shortage of material, but also of industrial capacity, plant, supply chain, and skilled and production personnel, and any capacity to surge, as well as numerous single points of failure. I mentioned the United States. France is commissioning a new £500 million explosive plant, recognising again the shortfalls and the critical weaknesses in the system. I'm very pleased that in the discussions about AUKUS, where there's been a lot of focus on the nuclear Pillar 1, that in Pillar 2 there is real focus, and I credit the government with the work that they're doing here, on creating industrial capacity. But I would stress it cannot just be focused on the high-tech end. In many cases, munitions and platforms depend very much on industrial skills and basic engineering, which is crucial to ensuring that it maintains and is working. So we also have to recognise that we need that industrial base. And as the Allies in World War II showed, you can shift domestic industry, plant and personnel, to war production. And as I said, Russia is demonstrating that today. Short-term cost-cutting, identified by the Right Honourable Member for Rayleigh, won't do. What companies need is workflows, because that creates the workforce, it creates the cash flow, and it also provides training opportunities for the workforce of the future. The Barrow Submarine Yard absolutely demonstrates that, the perils of running down the workforce. But it's also about a pool of labour. So, for example, in submarines, there's been a lot of talk about ensuring that they're training people for welding. But if other industries in other sectors are not also training welders, for example, then, particularly if there's a drop in workforce, they will go off, for example, and work in the oil and gas industry, which is exactly what's happened. By the way, it's also happened to part of the United States shipbuilding industry as well. So there has to be a much more holistic approach across government, because otherwise, if you're training in one part of industry, you cannot control the flow out. If there are opportunities elsewhere, there has to be pressure on those other companies also to train. And I have to say to the Minister, that quite frankly is why the decision to offshore the commissioning of the fleet solid support ships is so incomprehensible. In order to maintain a workforce in certain yards, and therefore to maintain that skill base and to ship that out to Spain is frankly scandalous. And also, inside or outside the EU, no other country behaves like this. The dead hand of Treasury is dictating a policy that runs down our industry and ends up actually being much more costly long term. What's also the Ukraine crisis has revealed is the need for effective collaboration. Again, as the member for Rayleigh was pointing out, we used to negotiate proper contracts of shared benefits. Going for cheapest is best, allegedly, has driven that into the ground. We need to be working with other countries, and that will also include, particularly as we've seen over providing munitions to Ukraine, with European companies and European partners. And engagement don't have to create new structures. There needs to be work, and I suspect that there will be some willing partners there in a number of the major European industrial countries. And in order to do that, we actually need, as I would say, more real engineers and not financial engineers. Final point, because I take your strictures, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is I wish to just briefly touch on hybrid warfare, as mentioned by other colleagues, and the so-called grey zone. Our Defence Committee is holding an inquiry at the moment. I don't want to preempt that. But what I do want to urge to the MOD and the wider government is a broader approach, a societal approach. Because the opponents that we are facing in Russia, China, North Korea, they have the Soviet methodology. That is right the way across government and society. The Leninist ideology and methodology. We have shown our ability in previous conflicts, hot and cold, to counteract that. The political warfare executive and the actions of the UK and the US in particular during the period of the Cold War. Sometimes the debate gets a bit too focused on technology and techniques without understanding the political and ideological underpinning and the political and ideological conflict. Yeah.
One of the points we had made previously in the Defence Select Committee was support for the Russian military archive which has eventually moved into Shrivenham. Isn't it about time that the MOD took that archive far more seriously? Because it gives you all the benefit of what he's talking about.
That was just a manifestation of running down our Russian watching capacity, both in terms of that, but also much more broadly within the system. I think there's been an attempt to repair that, but it should be a salutary lesson. So in this transformed security landscape, that requires money, manpower, mindset and material. And we have to move further and we have to move faster.
Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome this defence debate in government time, but it does remind me, as we run out of time, that we used to have 5 debates every year on different defence topics. And I think we're trying to cover all the waterfront of defence in one debate is proving very taxing. I'm concentrating today on defence policy. And defence policy is about how we decide to spend defence money and indeed how much we decide to spend on defence so that we are best prepared for whatever may occur, for threats we can see and for events we can't anticipate, and to deter and contain our adversaries, preferably without conflict. And incidentally, it's far cheaper to try and use defence money to prevent wars than to save money and then have to spend money fighting a war. So I very much welcome the 2.5% of GDP commitment from the government, which clearly sets defence as a higher priority. And I fail to understand how this can be tempered by this term, as resources allow, or as conditions allow. I think the cyber attack that we've just been discussing earlier in the House today underlines that we are already at war, and I very much welcome the Secretary of State's attempts to put us more on a war footing. And by being on a war footing, it means being able to rebuild munition stocks and to create resilient supply chains. But not just this. It means increasing the pace, creating a sense of urgency across the whole of government. We know we can no longer look forward to an era of global peace. We must jettison what might be termed the peacetime mentality, which led my own colleagues in government to accept the restraints of the Liberal Democrats on the development of the renewal of our strategic deterrent, and has led both parties, I'm afraid. I remember occupying a position of Shadow Defence Secretary in opposition to Jeff Hoon, and after we'd had a sound defence review under George Robertson, it was never fully funded, and the proportion of GDP spent by the government on defence fell, and so did the size of the armed forces, the number of ships, the numbers in the army, and the number of aircraft. There are lots of pots and kettles in this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, but what I do welcome is a new consensus, which the opposition hasn't quite put flesh on the bones of, that we are going to increase money on defence. I respect the Honourable Gentleman's aspirations, the Shadow Secretary of State, but I fear he may be restrained by the same kind of treasury mentality that afflicts this government. But this shift to a wartime mentality demands a shift in culture, not just in the MOD, but across the whole of government, led by the centre of government, number 10, the Cabinet Office, and the National Security Council, to create a national defence plan which must cover a far wider spectrum, as has been noted by other participants in this debate, far wider spectrum of policy, not just cyber security, but energy security, food security, border security, technological security, economic security, and even climate security. The liaison committee, which I chair, is shortly to report on how select committees can better scrutinise and promote national strategic thinking and national strategy in government across all areas of government policy. And I hope the House will be interested when we produce that report. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has proved beyond doubt that we live in a world of hyper-competition between the democratic world and the autocracies who show no signs of self-restraint or the boundaries we would expect of civilised countries that they will not cross. And the democratic world is only just waking up to the threat that presents. And I wish just to make 3 further points relevant to this debate. One is the lessons of the delay and of the renewal of the Trident nuclear deterrent. Defence is not something that you can switch on and switch off depending on how you feel about what's going to happen next year. Defence capability, and particularly very expensive long-term platforms like the Trident submarines, it reflects a failure of judgment of the coalition government that we did not renew, as the Honourable Gentleman from Warley just said, we did not get that main gate decision much earlier. And that presents a threat to our own capability as we run the life of the submarines longer and longer, and has escalated the cost. Second, I want to underline the importance of UK leadership in NATO and in the support of Ukraine. We really have led from the front on Ukraine. We've had a delicate relationship with the United States to encourage them along, but in terms of European NATO, we are certainly in the lead, and it underlines the importance of the role that the United Kingdom plays in the world. That we are not just a small country, a little North Atlantic power. We are an opinion-forming country of great influence, which is why we must step up to these responsibilities in defence. And the final point I wish to make is not so much about defence policy, it's about integrated procurement, the integrated procurement model, which I very much welcome. And that is, as my right honourable friend for Rayleigh Wickford said, is putting us onto a war footing in terms of procurement. And that is mimicking what we've learned from the very successful UOR programme during operations, and leading, I hope, to a cultural shift here as well, which my right honourable friend addressed himself. This is a shift in attitude and behaviour. That's what we mean by a change of culture. To achieve that shift in attitude, to get this sense of urgency, we need to identify what are the attitudes and behaviours in the Ministry of Defence and in the procurement world that militate against the integrated procurement model. And we have to root them out, and we have to identify the right attitudes and the right behaviours. And this means changing hearts and minds in the MOD. And how do you do that? Well, cultural change is very difficult in a large organisation. And previous defence reforms have disappeared into the sand like water in a desert because there hasn't been a sufficient emphasis on this cultural shift. Now, there are 3 kinds of people in any organisations like the Ministry of Defence when confronted with the demand for cultural change. There are the few enthusiasts who say, at last, the leadership gets it and are going to do something and change things. Most will have seen change programmes come and go and will want to comply, but may be rather cynical about it. And there will be a few resistors, those who feel that this is an attack on their integrity or the way of their doing things or the way that their own personality. And I'm afraid the resistors have to be rooted out. They have to be taken out of the equation. It has to be shown that people who resist this cultural change will not prosper. And that means everyone at all levels must be taught and trained in the new procurement system. So there is no misunderstanding about what it means. And I've recommended previously, privately to the Secretary of State and to the Minister of Defence Procurement, that there should be a defence course at Shrivenham called the Integrated Procurement Model Course. It should be like the Higher Command and Staff course. Everybody should go on it. And anybody involved in defence procurement should sign up to the new philosophy. And finally, a change programme like this requires leadership. And it requires the leadership in the MOD, the ministers and the officials and the Armed Forces leadership. They must all be absolutely united behind pursuing this change in attitude of behaviour across the whole of the Ministry of Defence. And they must lead by example. And the way that they prove that is by making sure that nobody gets rewarded or promoted who does not demonstrate that they have adopted the new attitudes and behaviours. Otherwise, the minute the wrong person with the wrong attitudes and the wrong behaviours is promoted, everybody will say, there you are, it doesn't matter, you get promoted anyway. So I think this is a very, very urgent part of the transformation of defence in this troubling period. and I hope very much the government will take up these suggestions.
Derek Twigg.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are obviously living in a much more dangerous world and obviously preparing for a potential war in Europe which might involve our personnel at some point, not least of course supporting Ukraine in a continual fight against Russia and Putin. And all this adds up to a very serious situation. And I do feel, I just want to spend just a couple of minutes on this point, is that we need to more forcibly argue why the defence of our democratic liberal way of life is so important, whatever the shortcomings there might be in democracies, and really reinforcing the central tenets of free speech, liberty and the rule of law, as opposed to, of course, the alternative of dictatorship, gangsterism and brutal and violent suppression of opposition that we've seen in other parts of the world. And this is what we have to defend and fight for. I think we need to get our whole population prepared to play a part in ensuring our security and defending democracy and the basic principles that our great country stands for. So there needs to be a change in mindset. So I think government and parliament needs to do a lot more to say why we need to spend more on defence and why we need to be prepared to deal with some very, very challenging situations and possibly a war as well. And that's where I think we have failed to some extent. So I think we need to be much more upfront with the British people. We know from the threats and potential threats from Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and the destabilising activities going on in the Middle East and parts of Africa at the moment by some of these countries, which is causing serious concerns. And I think this is why we need to set out to the British public why defence needs to be properly funded and our armed forces supported in a much more systematic way. I mean, we did know what Russia's intentions in invading Crimea in 2014 clearly told us that times had changed. We thought it'd all disappear with the Cold War, but it hadn't. But we didn't prepare for that. In fact, we cut spending. And what we must be prepared to do is provide the resources needed for our armed forces. Because we want to maintain peace, then we've got to do it from a position of strength. Now, the first duty of government is to defend the security of our country. And I want to look at this government's record over the past 14 years. Now, the path pursued by this government over the 14 years has led to a weakening of the capability of our armed forces, to war fight over a sustained period, and of course the resilience of that. And we've heard from a previous Secretary of State about the hollowing out of our armed forces. We couldn't even put a war fighting division in the field at present. Its failure to properly fund and the decision to cut the size of our armed forces and its failure to stem the outflow from the armed forces and a defence procurement system that is broken is putting the security of this country at risk and not preparing us for the threats, some of which I've just outlined. If peace remains our goal, and it must be, then we must be prepared to provide those resources. Now, figures provided to me by the House of Commons Library, we've heard about the cuts in expenditure during the coalition government. But if you look over the whole period from 2010-11 to 23-24, in both cash and real terms, it shows that this is from the House of Commons Library, that spending has fallen by 1.2% at 2023-24 prices. So over the record of this government, defence spending has actually fallen. No matter what they're doing now, just by coincidence, as the general election comes up, they're suddenly committed to 2.5%. Now, aside from the $3 million the government's committed to military support for Ukraine, it's not clear exactly what the additional $5.4 billion worth of funding represents, because it's not yet been approved or listed in any detail by Parliament. So in respect of defence equipment, the increase in planned spending has been outstripped by $65.7 billion, 27% rise in forecasted costs, which totaled $305.5 billion as of March 2023. This equates to a $19.6 billion funding shortfall based on central estimates, although the MOD estimates that the true shortfall could be ranged from $7.6 billion to $29.8 billion if all the risks materialise. Now, the National Audit Office assessment scrutinises the equipment plan and publishes its own report alongside the MOD's. And in recent years, the NAO has assessed successive plans, and I stress successive plans, to be unaffordable. Now, I want to go into the size of the armed forces and the cuts that are taking place. So between January 2010 and January 2024, the size of the full-time UK armed forces increased by around 50,000 personnel. The army is now at its smallest, as some have said, since the Napoleonic Wars. Both the RAF and Royal Navy Royal Marines are below target, around 3,000 personnel and 1,500 personnel, respectively. Now, the House of Commons Library has sent me a note on UK defence personnel, and it sets out that in 2023 there was a 1% reduction in the number of personnel leaving the UK regular forces compared with the previous year. However, there was also an 8% reduction in the number of people joining the armed forces. Overall, there was a negative flow of personnel, with more than 5,460 more personnel leaving the force than joining forces and joining it. This compares to a net decrease of 4,660 personnel in 2022. Now, voluntary outflow accounted for 60% of the trained outflow from the UK regular forces in 2023. Now, the voluntary outflow rate is the number of trained personnel voluntary outflowing as a proportion of the average trained strength in the period. In 2023, the voluntary outflow rate was 6.4%, up from 6% in 2022. Now, in its commentary, published alongside the service personnel statistics, the MOD says there is no single reason why personnel leave on voluntary outflow, but the personnel who completed the Armed Forces Continuous Attitude Survey indicated reasons for leaving the Armed Forces included the impact of service life on family and personal life and opportunities outside the Armed Forces. Again, we're seeing the government without a real plan to address this real challenging problem. And I want to just refer briefly now to the state of the reserve forces, which is a really serious concern at the moment, and particularly where we get some specialist grades coming in from civilian life who've joined the reserve forces. We have a real problem in retaining and recruiting reserve forces. In January 2024, the total trained and untrained strength of UK reserve forces was 32,650, a decrease of 665 personnel, which is minus 4.9% compared to the year earlier. Outflow was higher than the inflow for reserve forces, Army and Maritime and RAF in 2023. The number of reserve personnel declined from a peak of around 30, continued to decline from a peak of around 37,400 in April 2021. Now, the Armed Forces Pay Review Board, and I want to come on specifically to the pinch points trades, and I know the Minister has been questioned by this by my honourable friends previously, that we cannot get the information on pinch points grades, which used to be available. These are specialist grades which are very important to maintaining the sustainability, the competency and the fighting power of the armed forces. And we're still trying to get more information on this. But the Armed Forces Pay Review Board said in 2023 report that there could be insufficient personnel with the right skills to deliver the outputs envisaged by the integrated review. The Armed Forces Pay Review Board said it would welcome more data from the MOD relating to these pinch point areas and what interventions the MOD is planning to employ to address the issues, and so would we in this House as well. Mr Deputy Speaker, our armed forces are running hot and being asked to do ever more with resources without the resources they need. Resilience is a growing concern, not just in terms of personnel, but in the ability to maintain and replenish losses in a much smaller Navy and Air Force in terms of ships and aircraft. The Defence Select Committee Ready for War report said it's a matter of national pride that whenever the armed forces are asked to carry out a task, they find a way. It is their credit that the armed forces have sustained the effort for so long. But overtasking is both a personal cost for service personnel and an opportunity cost for the UK. The increase in global instability has coincided with a period of decreasing recruitments and reduced industrial capacity, which requires sustained long-term investment. Mr Deputy Speaker, the government risks being unable to build a true war-fighting strategic readiness because of the sheer pace of operations which could threaten the security of the UK. We cannot continue like this. We live, as I said before, in a dangerous and increasingly unstable world. We need to move to 2.5% of GP spending quickly. The government has still not set out how it intends to get that. It's not given the details. And what the figures that it's quoted so far, as we've seen already, independent analysis have been rubbished already. So the fact remains, Mr Deputy Speaker, this government over the past 15 years has put the security at risk by its underfunding of the armed forces and the cutting of personnel. This is another reason why the current Prime Minister and this government need to go.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Earlier this afternoon, I counted over 50 members and right honourable members of the Labour Party alone packing that part of the opposition side of the chamber for the urgent question on the Middle East. But sadly, though predictably, by the time we got to this important debate, we were down to the usual suspects, the usual stalwarts of about half a dozen to a dozen on each side of the House. Now, there's relevance in that difference in the numbers, and the reason for that difference in the numbers was there's an actual war going on in the Middle East, so people are very, very focused on it now that it is too late to prevent it. And it should be our purpose in holding debates like this not to get to that situation. I have some reservations about this constant reference to us being in a pre-war world. I know what the Secretary of State and others mean when they refer to this, but it can be taken as meaning that we are in a situation where war is inevitable, and it isn't. We have to behave as if we were going to have to defend ourselves in a real war, because if we make those preparations adequately, then we will prevent the war through a policy of deterrence from happening in the first place. Now, this close to a general election, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is perhaps inevitable that we will hear people on the front benches in particular, but on both sides of the House, quibbling over percentage points of GDP allocated to defence expenditure. But I have to say that not 2.5%, 3%, or even 4% would be anything like adequate if a war actually broke out. 44% would be probably more like what we would be having to spend, and not is it just a loss of treasure, even worse is the human suffering and loss of life that would happen if we fail to invest adequately in peacetime to prevent that from ever coming to pass. The economist Roger Bootle recently explained, and I quote, "During the Second World War, we spent roughly 50% of GDP on the military, and slightly more than that in 1916 and 1917 during the First World War. So, for goodness sake, let's be serious about this." And no government is capable of being exonerated from the Kool-Aid which they drank after the fall of the Berlin Wall. During the Parliament of 2015 to 2017, the Defence Select Committee spent a bit of time trying to establish what had happened to defence expenditure in the post-war era. And what we found was this. In 1963, we spent similar sums, about 6% of GDP, both on welfare and on defence. By 2017, when the study was carried out, we were spending 6 times as much on welfare as we were spending on defence. Similarly, it was found that in the mid-1980s, we had been spending similar sums, about 5% of GDP then, on education and on health and on defence. But by 2017, we were spending 2.5 times as much on education and nearly 4 times as much on health as we were spending on defence. At the height of the Cold War confrontation, in every year from 1981 till 1987, we spent between 4.3 and 5.1% of GDP on defence. From 1988, when the Cold War began to evaporate, until 2014, defence spending almost halved as a proportion of GDP. Now, of course, there's a reason for this. The reason for that was that it appeared that the threat from Russia had gone away. Well, now it's back. And the question is, are we prepared to revert to the sort of investment in defence in quotes unquote peacetime that we did invest so successfully during the 50 years of the Cold War, which prevented there being an outbreak, a terrible further global conflict between the then superpowers, both of which were armed with nuclear weapons. So I revert to what I said in an intervention on the Secretary of State when he was opening the debate, which was to say that everything depends on what happens in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Now, when the threat of a Russian invasion of Ukraine arose in early 2022, let's be honest about it. Not many people, and I suspect hardly anyone in this chamber, I certainly didn't, predicted that Ukraine would be as successful as it proved to be in resisting the might of the Russian invasion. And I suspect, again, what had actually made that possible was that the shock that they had experienced in previous years of the loss of Crimea, which, if I remember correctly, was taken over by the Russians quite easily, concentrated their minds, their efforts, and their investment to the dire possibility that Russia might come back for more, and that's why they were so much better prepared with, it must be said, covert assistance of other countries, not least this one, to resist the Russian second invasion when it happened. And I cannot stress too strongly that their battle is our battle, in the sense that if Putin is seen to be unsuccessful in Ukraine, then the threat to us and the rest of NATO will recede for a generation, whereas if he is able to claim some sort of success by ending up with significantly more territory at the end of the process than he had under his control in February 2022, then it will only be a matter of time before he comes back for more. I want to say a few words about the Middle East, but they are not actually my words. They are words from, I thought, a remarkably perceptive article that a member of the upper house, namely the noble Lord Hague, William Hague to us, he outlined his reaction to the atrocities of the 7th of October in an astonishingly perceptive way in the Times within 48 hours of that attack. And I want to set some of what he said on the record in this House, because he raised the question of why on earth Hamas should have undertaken such an action which they must have known would provoke a horrifying response. He asked the question, why, as well as murdering hundreds of defenceless young people at a rave, parade dead bodies as evidence of the atrocities? And then he continued as follows. The answer is that their objective, that of Hamas, is uncontrolled rage. It is to make Israel lash out in a way that starts a conflagration, to start a war so intense that it spreads, igniting an explosion of violence in the West Bank and bringing in Hezbollah from Lebanon in the north, with Israel fighting on multiple fronts, to see so many Palestinians killed that the Israelis lose the moral high ground of defending themselves against mass murder, to use the fate of the hostages with maximum cruelty to intensify a frenzy of hatred whenever that seems to be abating. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's still going on now. We heard reference to the Israeli soldiers recently killed in an artillery strike very close to the one entrance where aid was coming in to Palestine. And guess what happened? The Israelis immediately closed that entrance, thus no doubt intensifying the crisis. And these particular Hamas strategists clearly know what they are doing. It is horrible, it is devilish, but there is a cruel logic to it. Lord Hague, or his sub-editor on The Times, put as the heading for that article, "Hamas has set a trap that Israel must avoid." And the subheading to that was, "Iranian-backed attacks are a desperate attempt to halt growing collaboration with Saudi Arabia and the UAE." The only element that was missing for that, of course, was that that strategy, promoted by Iran, was also extremely beneficial to Russia, because now we spend rather more time considering what is happening in Israel and Gaza than we do spend considering what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, even though what is happening between Russia and Ukraine, it cannot be too often overemphasized, is of crucial significance to the future peace or lack of peace of NATO countries vis-à-vis the Russian threat. I just want to close with a few brief words about the nuclear deterrent, which have been touched on a few times. The votes that were held on this, one took place under Labour, as we've heard, and that was in 2007, if I remember correctly, and there was a very substantial majority for the deterrent then. It was the 14th of March that year, and Parliament voted by 409 votes to 161 in favour of proceeding with the initial gate for the renewal of the Trident submarine fleet. But even that huge majority of 248 was eclipsed on the 18th of July 2016 under the Conservative government, once free from the coalition, when it rose to 355, that is, the majority rose to 355 after MPs voted for the decisive main gate stage to proceed, and that vote was by 472 votes to 117. Now, this showed that there is almost unanimity in this House for the maintenance of our strategic nuclear deterrent, and all that happened before the various crises that we've been concentrating on today. Let us hope that unity prevails, and I, for one, welcome the comments of the Liberal Democrat spokesperson. He said that they are now committed to 4 submarines and to the maintenance of continuous at-sea deterrent, and that presumably means with the use of Trident missiles. And I say the word use because they are used every day of the week, because their use is as a deterrent. If ever, heaven forbid, they had to be fired, they would fail in their purpose. So we have come a long way. We have made a lot of progress. It's just as well that we are united on this, given the way in which the international scene has darkened. But both front benches have got a long way to go if they are going to reach a stage when we are making the sort of investment, the sort of insurance, the sort of effort that has to be made to deter an aggressive Russia and to ensure that Ukraine prevails.
Order. I'm going to have to put a 10-minute time limit on speeches after the next speaker in order to get everybody in, and that is not an invitation, Mr. Jones, to speak for more than 12 minutes. Kevan Jones.
Can I begin by putting on record, I think, all houses, thanks to members of our armed forces for the service which they give selflessly and to protect us all. It's often said that the first responsibility for a government is to protect the nation, keep it safe and protect its citizens. I think we need to look at what's happened over the last 14 years. My honourable friend for Halton said in his contribution that the armed force have been hollowed out, not his or my words, but the former Defence Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Rye and Preston North. And have we got there, this situation, Mr Deputy Speaker, by accident? No, we haven't. There's been deliberate policy over the last 14 years, including the 18% cut in the defence budget up until 2015-16. Today, in real terms, the defence budget is 7% lower than what it was in 2010. We saw, as my honourable friend for Halton said, our armed forces personnel cut by nearly 50,000. Not only cut, but people made compulsory redundant. Something that if a Labour government had done, every national newspaper would have had a lot to say about. We have 1 in 5 ships in the Royal Navy taken out of service, but 200 less aircraft in the RAF now, and satisfactory ratings of our service life at an all-time low at 50%. Now, is it a time for serious policy and serious money on defence? Yes, it is. But we haven't got that from the government on the Prime Minister's announcement. What it is the usual smoke and mirrors. It's around the sound bites that can be sold at the next general election, and the Defence Secretary, who frankly could sell snow to the Eskimos, does it in his certain confident sort of way. I'm not sure they'd come back and buy more snow from once they discovered what had actually been sold. But if you look at what's been announced, 75 billion extra is the headline, which is going to be repeated by every Conservative candidate in the next general election. Well, we know that you only get that figure if the defence budget is actually frozen for the next 6 years, something which the Defence Secretary fails to admit to. And also, you ask, where is the money? If my colleagues on the front bench of the Labour Party had announced this, straight away people would be saying, well, where's the money coming from? Where's the detail? Well, there is no detail in this. It's just an aspiration, and that's all it is. Because if you look at the detail, there's no separation between how much will be spent on Ardell or Seedell. But what we've got from the salesman his ears, the Secretary of State, is this whole shopping list of everything that's going to be put right by this huge expenditure that he has supposedly announced. It is pretty hollow. But let's deal with facts. He doesn't like dealing with facts. It's like when he came before the Defence Select Committee, because if you look at the defence budget next year, and it was confirmed by the finance director, strategic finance director of the MOD, take the money to Ukraine out of the budget, the defence budget falls next year. So the question that people need to ask at the next general election is, where is this money coming from? And why are our armed forces in such a dire state as they are now? We know the answer to that. It's because of the last 14 years. Now, what we do need to concentrate on is three things. One, I think, is already been mentioned about the contribution and defence of our homeland and the contribution to NATO, the capability of our equipment and how it can be delivered, and also putting the weight behind the British industry and skills. Now, the Secretary of State earlier said that this meant a huge boost to UK defence expenditure, but the honourable right honourable member for Rayleigh and Wickford demonstrated what we've seen over the last 14 years. Contract after contract given to the United States without any commitment to UK skills. My honourable friend from Warley mentioned the case of the fleet sod support given to a Spanish shipyard, something which would never happen in any other European nation. And it's not just about the making sure that we've got the equipment and procurement procedures right. It's actually about decisions that are taken that actually not only boost and help our armed forces, but actually then help UK PLC as well.
The point that he's making, does he accept that there's a balance? That clearly one would like everything in this country to be produced for the military and support our industrial base. But at the same time, we then complain about procurement scandals when the kit in this country turns out to be so much more expensive than elsewhere. So we need a balance that when we can realistically produce stuff in this country, we should be doing so. And there's a case, obviously, I'm going to make the case for radar on the Isle of Wight. But at the same time, if we try to do everything in this country, we're going to need to increase the defence budget just to pay for the poorer quality procurement. He doesn't seem to be addressing that point.
You're right. He seems to be talking down British industry, UK defence industry. He talks about radars in the Isle of Wight, some of the best radars in the world. But what are we doing? We're not giving that long-term commitments to those capabilities. We're buying off the shelf from the United States and other nations. We're not talking about just being British. It's about cooperation with other allies as well. But the problem is if we take a short-termism view, which is what's been happening over the last 14 years, we do not get the commitments and flow of orders that are required, or they are indeed an investment which his people in the Isle of Wight need, and certainty which they also need as well. And the Secretary of State said that that the UK is now on a war footing following this announcement. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Why did it take this government nearly 2 years then to procure the order for 155 munitions? That's not a war footing. This is a slow snail pace still in terms of procurement. And we need to ensure that not only we get the finance an increase in the defence budget, we also ensure we get that rapid throughput of work, which cannot be done just by a situation whereby you place one order this week and then leave it for several weeks, several years, and somehow those defence contractors will be there with their skills. We need that thorough defence policy, and that's one thing that's been missing in the last 14 years, is a coherent defence industrial strategy. And even when they do come up with a strategy in terms of the shipbuilding strategy, what do? The main arguments for that is what you need to actually throughput of work through UK yards. So what do? You then give an order to Spain, where most of the work will be done in Spain. No other European nation would do this. So this is, I think, as has been said in this debate, a very worrying time. It is, and I've got to say I agree totally with my honourable friend from Halton said, we do need to make the case for defence. I've been doing it for 23 years in this House. I know others have across this House as well. We need to make that case to show that the democracy which we take for granted is very delicate, but needs protecting. You can only protect that if you invest in the capability to do that, because there are those, and it's not just in terms of the immediate threat we see from Russia, but also from others, which will actually quite happily and see that precious democracy which we cherish snubbed out, not through argument and debate, but through violence and war.
When you took the chair some time ago, you observed that the House was stuffed full of defence expertise, and that has been demonstrated amply in the debate that then followed your taking the chair. Indeed, once or twice I felt that I've inadvertently stumbled into a private meeting of the House of Commons Defence Committee, most of the members who have spoken so far, not all, either having been presently or previously members of that committee. And I pay tribute to their huge expertise, particularly with regard to defence procurement matters. They really do know what they're talking about in immense detail, and I fear to say that I simply don't and won't try and compete with them on that. However, it's been a very important debate for this reason. This is the first, I think, occasion in which the government have given us a government debate in government time on the subject of defence. Now, I've been banging on about this for many, many years now, and tried to persuade the government to do so. This, I think, is the first time they've done so, and I very much hope it's the first of many to come. We used to have 5 every year, so I hope very much that we will have a significant number of debates to come over the year to come. The important point about those debates, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that a number of people have commented. We live in exceptionally dangerous times, an exceptionally dangerous world. We simply don't know what's going to happen next. There could be all kinds of warfare, there could be all kinds of trouble to come. And therefore it's very important this House as a whole, not just the House of Commons Defence Committee, not the Intelligence Security Committee, not the Foreign Affairs Committee, but the House as a whole should have a really serious understanding of defence matters and foreign affairs matters. I think it's terribly important that a debate such as this should be used towards the better education of all of our colleagues across the House. In that context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly proud of the work that I've done for quite a long time now in seeking to educate better members of Parliament across the House. I've used two mechanisms. Many people here will be familiar with the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, which takes this year 64 MPs and peers, secons them in uniform to the three armed services. And as of this year, thanks to initiative by the Honourable Gentleman for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, we've introduced a fourth course, namely the Strategic Command course. And that's been widely enjoyed by, say, this year, 64 people altogether. 4 of them go to the Royal College of Defence Studies, the ultimate in thinking, if you like, in the armed services. And that seems to me to be an extremely important contribution we've made over the last few years towards doing that. I'm glad to say this is the 10th anniversary of the revived version of the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, while I've chaired it. And I pay tribute to the people who've run it for me. Lieutenant Colonel Joy Longbottom, in particular, has done great work over those years. And it's been a huge contribution, I think, to the better understanding of defence by people in this place. Alongside that, I also chair the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Armed Forces, which has something like 2 or 3 events a month, very often downstairs, and again, widely enjoyed by a large spectrum of people from across the chamber. That enables the Minister of Defence to get their messages over to ordinary members of Parliament in a way they would not otherwise be able to do. We've also laid on various welcomes home when people come back from overseas deployments. We've laid on individual beatings retreat in the Speaker's house, and an occasional breakfast. I remember particularly the Fighting with Pride breakfast, which moved us all a great deal when they brought to light, I didn't know before that, the appalling things that we'd done to LGBT soldiers, sailors and airmen until the year 2001. That breakfast certainly triggered in me, and I think a number of other members, the determination to do something about it. And I'm glad to say that at the end of a year's campaigning, we actually did achieve something of that kind. So I think the APG does an extraordinarily useful job, and I'm proud of the fact that I chair it, and I'm paying tribute to Amy Swash and Sophie Lane in my office, who run it for me. It's a great organisation. Now, the reason I'm proud of all of that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is because sometimes when we hear people talking about defence in this chamber, and when they talk about the role that Parliament might have in the event of us going to war, they come to, I think, an entirely false conclusion that we should therefore have a debate, have a vote in this House on the deployment of troops overseas. Now, this is an important matter, one which has been troubling me for many years now. Of all the 175 wars that we've fought since 1700, only 2 have had a substantive vote in this House before deployment. The first was in 2003, when Tony Blair sought top cover by insisting on votes with regard to the invasion of Iraq, and the second was in 2013, when David Cameron again sought top cover in seeking to retaliate against Syria by launching for using chemical weapons. On the first occasion, we voted in favour of it. What a mistake that was, in my view. I'm glad to say that I abstained. The second occasion, we voted against it, and we didn't go to war with Syria, and most people now, I think, would say that much of what's happened in the Middle East since then would have been different had we done so. So both occasions in which the House of Commons have voted on defence, on a matter of deployment, have been wrong. They've actually got it wrong. We've done the wrong thing. Whereas on all the other occasions we've gone to war, it's done by the Prime Minister, by the Executive, under the royal prerogative, and they tend to get it right. Now that's why, that's what our role then becomes, scrutiny of what it is the Prime Minister and the Executive have done. We can stand up here, we can ask questions, we can call debates, we can do all sorts of things in order to scrutinise the way in which the Prime Minister has done what he's done. That seems to me to be an important role for Parliament to play. If we've been asked to vote for something, as the Labour Party were forced to vote in a 3-line whip in 2003 in favour of Iraq, you can't then turn round and criticise it. Our job here in this place in Parliament is to scrutinise and to criticise what the government have done, not to give them top cover for it. And therefore I think it's very important that whatever may be about to befall us in this world, and who knows what that might be, that we do not once again fall into the easy truism that because these matters are so terribly important, we here in the House of Commons must be given a vote on it. No, we mustn't. That is to emasculate us as members of Parliament, that's to prevent us from holding the government to account. It presumes that we have the secret intelligence and the legal advice and all the other things you need in order to take that kind of decision. We must not do that. We are ordinary members of Parliament. We should be better informed about defence, which is why I welcome debates such as this. We should know what we're talking about, as well as we can do anyhow, in this place. But the notion that that should lead us to conclude that somehow or other we have executive power over what the armed services do, I fear is an entirely fallacious conclusion. So I very much hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we will use these debates for the better information of parliamentarians, that we will use the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, and the new scheme will be launched shortly, and the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Armed Forces. We'll use them for the better education, not of the specialists who we see around us in the debate this evening, who, to whom I pay tribute for their great expertise, but for the generality of members of Parliament, for the generality of people who look into these things, feel very concerned about it, but may not have the very detailed expertise that we've seen demonstrated in the Chamber this evening. I want to see Parliament a better informed place about defence and foreign affairs, and I hope those two organisations will play some part in doing that.
And it is an honour to follow the Honourable Member for North Wiltshire, and I pay tribute to him as the Chair and Lead of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for the Armed Forces. And I know that he hosts lots of highly experienced, very senior strategic thinkers from the Armed Forces as part of that APG. I welcome this opportunity to debate UK defence policy today at greater length. And I've been struck so far that many of the comments have been about defence capability and about equipment. And I think that's very well. But I was particularly impressed by those comments that have been made so far about the strategic environment. Because I think when we look to the most senior military personnel in our kingdom, they will talk about strategy as being ends, ways and means. And it would be mistaken of us just to spend all of our time talking about means when what they expect of government and Parliament is for us also to think about ends and ways. And particularly ends. What is the end state that the UK is seeking to bring about? So I'm going to try and focus my remarks more on the strategic environment, the wider security context, before talking a little bit towards the end about cuts to the regular army, and I'll comment on some of the suggestions that have been knocking around recently about a citizen army. I was impressed by the remarks of the Right Honourable Member for New Forest East about the strategic environment as it is. I think I'm glad that in the West we do seek to take the peace dividend when we think it's available to us. I think it's something that stands out about democracies is that when the security environment allows, we do try to invest in health and education. And I think it's absolutely appropriate to champion that, but also to be realist enough to recognise when times don't allow for that. We've talked so far today a little bit about continuous at-sea deterrence and the role of the coalition government in having a Trident alternatives review. And I don't think that's to be regretted. Rather, I think in the security context of its time, when we were seeing Obama talking about the reset button, when we were talking with Russia about strategic arms reduction treaty, which was signed, START 2, it was quite appropriate to be thinking along the same lines as we had in the 1990s, when we were trying to reduce in a mutual way, both in the West and in the Soviet Union, the threat from our nuclear weapons. As it was, plainly, the events from 2014 onwards have proved that we absolutely need to be as strong as we possibly can be. I thought the Prime Minister's remarks a fortnight ago were interesting when he was talking about a new defence partnership between the UK and Germany. I think I welcome the idea that he should make this announcement in Berlin and that we should try to have greater interoperability with our NATO allies. But he then fell into this business of talking about putting defence industry onto a war footing. Indeed, it sort of chimes with what the Defence Secretary termed a pre-war era. And I agree that what's required is sometimes when we throw these remarks around, we need to qualify what we mean. So we know that our adversaries will be looking and listening carefully to what we say. It's rather than belligerent tones and a mismatch between our rhetoric and our capability, what we should be doing instead is speaking quietly while making sure that we make ourselves as strong as we possibly can be. It's, of course, what the armed forces are for. Bello te prepares was the motto of the Army Training Regiment when I was there as a platoon commander. We were very much about preparing for war, but we were doing it quietly. And I think it would be sensible, really, for the Defence Secretary to do that, to make those preparations in as ardent a fashion as is possible, but to do so without a showy fashion about going about it. And if the Defence Secretary's motivation is genuinely to send a message to Ukraine that we are in this for the long haul and that there is certainty, then he won't want to make this a party political issue or suggest somehow that opposition parties are less supportive of Ukraine. To his question that he posed earlier on, would we match the £500 million uplift per year for Ukraine? Yes. We recognise the characterisation of Russia's westward expansion as being that of a threat to all of Europe. So Ukraine can be assured that regardless of a change of government later this year, it will continue to receive £3 billion in support from the UK. The Foreign Secretary said last week when he was in Ukraine that Ukraine is free to use long-range Storm Shadow missiles over the border into Russia. And I'm surprised that this hasn't come up in discussion today. I think maybe that's because these things should be not done on the floor of the House, and I very much welcomed the approach of the former Defence Secretary, who would share in advance of a debate or of a question or a statement what he intended to say with opposition parties well in advance through his SPAD. And I think that was a way where we could have these conversations not on the floor of the House and not in such a public fashion. As it is, I think the strategic communications people in NATO will now have to work all the harder to counter those false narratives, those lies that Russia is pumping out about Ukraine somehow being a threat to the Russian people, or even Russia being threatened by NATO itself. But from an operational standpoint, it makes entirely good sense. Clearly, main supply routes, arms dumps, fuel depots are all now brought within range. But we should remember that the centre of gravity here is the Russian people and their willingness to fight. We know that the USSR withdrew from Afghanistan after 15,000 Soviet soldiers were killed. And so if we can encourage Russians not to sign up, we have to persuade them that they are not threatened. The state of Russia is not threatened by Ukraine or indeed by NATO. Moving to the cuts to the regular army, I was interested earlier on about how the Right Honourable Member for Hereford and South Herefordshire talked a little bit about recruitment to the army and about consent. And it's on this question of consent that I think I would point to that when we talk about parliamentary approval of military action. I don't believe that the government was merely seeking top cover when it had a debate in Parliament on the war or the intervention in Iraq in 2003, or indeed an intervention in Syria in 2013. Rather, it was genuinely seeking to engage with us as representatives of the people to try to get our support. It's more than just top cover. Time is against me, so lastly I would like to come to a proposal that was leaked to a journalist at the Eye, David Parsley, a couple of weeks ago, about a 20,000 strong volunteer force that could potentially train a 200,000 strong volunteer army. Now, I don't expect for the Minister to comment on this or any other leak, but it does seem to me that if this is the response from the government for around the pressure that the government has been under around cuts to the army, this would not be a very sensible approach. This plan talks about an annual spend of around £500 per recruit in training allowances for the initial 20,000 ex-forces personnel during peacetime. £500 per recruit per year does not get you very far. And service personnel will suppose that the MOD is budgeting once again for withholding those blank rounds in favour of commanders asking trainee soldiers to shout bang. We cannot have an army on paper that doesn't exist in reality. We need a regular army of 82,000. We need to reverse the cuts that we've seen in recent years, and we need to build credible armed forces so that we aren't strong only in our rhetoric, but we are strong in our capability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The constituency of Filton and Bradley Stoke lies at the heart of one of the largest clusters of defence and aerospace manufacturing in Europe, namely the South West region. And I'm also very proud that Halewood, the home of the MOD's procurement agency, is also based in my constituency. Companies such as Rolls-Royce are playing a key role in developing the Tempest fighter jet as part of the Global Combat Air Programme, or GCAP, a next-generation programme which will provide the Royal Air Force and our allies with capability fit for the future. Last month, I was delighted to welcome my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to open the future works at Rolls-Royce in Patchway. Also, the lift fan for the F-35B is built in the same plant. And the engines that power the Queen Elizabeth and Prince of Wales aircraft carriers have also been built by Rolls-Royce at the very same plant in Patchway. And this Friday, I will join Boeing at the opening of their new offices, the third time I have opened an office for Boeing in my constituency. A few weeks ago, I was pleased to join Rheinmetall, who will be building, as we all know, the new Boxer and the Boxer RCH self-propelled artillery for our military, and the opening of their new offices in my constituency. MBDA and Filton are developing future technologies and expertise which help, even today, the Storm Shadow and Brimstone missiles that are making such a difference to Ukraine's effort to defeat the Russians and kick them out of their country. Airbus build the wings for the RAF A400M transport aircraft. The Wing of Tomorrow facility in Filton represents a significant investment in our future aerospace and defence expertise, and just over the road is the new GKN Technology Centre. I have recently visited again Elbit, a company with a growing footprint in my constituency, where they demonstrated some of the capability they are developing to help our armed forces. I regularly meet with senior members of both civilian and military staff at DENS Abbeywood, who have been masterminding the UK's effort, as well as rallying support for our international partners to support Ukraine, as well as running the MOD's procurement for our very own armed forces. The defence and aviation sector in my constituency employs more than 30,000 people, with a significant supply chain right across the South West. And indeed, a significant number of jobs in the South West are connected to the defence sector, an additional 17,600 according to the latest industry data, although I'm minded to think it's probably a lot more than that. And of course, apprenticeships are key to a wider effort to enable us to train the scientists and engineers of the future to enable us and ensure that we continue to enhance our sovereign defence manufacturing capability, as well as a vehicle to promote social mobility and opportunity. The MOD is committed to invest at least £6.6 billion in its funding for research and development over the next 4 years, which will help the apprenticeship programmes. The most recent statistics relating to the defence sector, published just last week by the United Kingdom Defence Solutions Centre, show that over 406,000 full-time jobs are directly supported by the defence sector. When I was the co-chair of the APPG on apprenticeships, I produced a report after chairing an inquiry into MOD apprenticeships, which underlined the fact that the MOD is the largest provider of apprenticeships in the country and provide fantastic opportunities for our young people, and to again keep training and keep increasing the expertise for our industrial base. Now, the announcement that my honourable friend the Prime Minister made last month to raise the level of our defence expenditure to 2.5% of GDP is a very welcome demonstration from this government to underpin our commitment to our NATO allies and our friends and allies around the world. The message is clear. The United Kingdom is leading the way as the largest defence spender in Europe, in addition to demonstrating that we are a reliable partner and ally. And moreover, the MOD is transforming itself to be ready for whatever lies ahead. As my honourable friend the Secretary of State spoke about, this being a pre-war era, as others have said in his Lancaster speech earlier this year. And I was very glad that my honourable friend, the Secretary of State, was able to see some of the work done at Abbey Wood when he visited just a couple of weeks ago. And furthermore, the announcement that at least 5% of spending will be ring-fenced for research and development from 2025-2026 onwards, with an increased focus on dual-use technologies, received a very positive reception in my constituency. And of course, there was the announcement of the overall defence spending increase, 75 billion over the next 6 years. Now, I have visited Ukraine 6 times in the last 12 months and will be going again very soon, attending the International Defence Industries Forum and the Yalta European Strategy Conferences. Moreover, I have promoted the work of so many British defence manufacturers, as well as making the case for them to do more in terms of operations and manufacturing in Ukraine. I have been able to meet senior members of the Ukrainian government and have been told of their frustration at the delays that seem to be occurring in setting up meaningful collaboration between British and Ukrainian defence manufacturers. Now, this is against a backdrop where Russia has increased its military spending by 68% to 7.5% of their GDP. Putin claimed recently that over 520,000 new jobs have been created in their arms industry in Russia, which now employs an estimated 3.5 million people. These visits to Ukraine, I have had meetings with senior ministers in Ukraine, such as Alexander Kamyshin, the Ukrainian Minister of Strategic Industries, the Secretary of the National Security Defence Council, as well as the Chairman of National Security and Defence and Intelligence Committees, and many others. I have been to the front lines in Zaporizhzhia to see British-made artillery in action, the AS-90s, most of which seem to have come from one of my son's army regiment, 1 RHA. Michael is currently deployed in Estonia on exercise and deployed deterring the Russian threat. In addition, I am working constantly to bring together defence manufacturers from across the United Kingdom. And I've arranged meetings with the Minister of State for Defence Procurement, my honourable friend, the member for South Suffolk. I've had meetings here, in London and elsewhere. Now, the benefits of increased trade in all sectors, but especially in defence material, are evident, and they are in the national interests of Ukraine and the United Kingdom, as well as some of the surrounding countries, in particular Poland and Romania. For us in the United Kingdom, we defend our own sovereignty and critical national infrastructure. Russia has already proven it can conduct cyber warfare effectively against the West, and has only been emboldened by this by its ever closer relationship with China. Now, for Ukraine, they are armed with the best of British kit and equipment. Now, this, coupled with Ukraine's world-leading expertise in drone technology and standards, could produce quickly high-quality military equipment, for it has a keen interest in establishing partnerships with defence companies based here in the UK and across Europe in order to rebuild its own defence industrial base, help win the war, as well as invest in deterrence post-victory as they move towards NATO membership. Over the course of a recent visit to Ukraine, I produced a report at the Prime Minister's request about the challenges in setting up manufacturing bases in Ukraine and how to block the bureaucracy which is proving an impediment to this. It was very reassuring that the Prime Minister has joined me and others across the Chamber in calling for the UK's defence industry to be put on a war footing. This would enable our defence manufacturers and the wider supply chains to plan with confidence and to invest in the capabilities that we will need to fight the wars of the future and provide an important deterrent to our enemies. But first of all, we have to unblock that bureaucracy, try and make it as easy as possible for companies to collaborate together, the United Kingdom and Ukraine in particular, given our special relationship and the support we've given them, I think over and above most nations. And as our Ukrainian friends say, we must build the arsenal of the free world together.
Yeah, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Gentleman for Fulton and Bradley Stoken and the others who have spoken exceptionally well. And particularly like to make a he's not the honourable member has left the chamber now, the member for North Wiltshire. The scheme that he now chairs, the Armed Forces Parliamentary scheme, is one that many of us have had the opportunity to be involved in. I know the people who run the scheme before that as well, but I did that scheme for 4 different terms, and I must say I learned a lot out of it at each and every case. I also wish to put on record my thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, for all those who serve in the Army, the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, and I know my constituent of Stratford. The tradition of service is one that I'm always quite amazed at, where many people have joined and served, and their families have served over a long many a year. So I'm really pleased, Mr Deputy Speaker, to make a comment in this debate. And I want to focus, if I can, upon Northern Ireland in particular, and the procurement and the defence procurement and how we can do better. In the 23-24 financial year, the UK spent some 54.2 billion on defence. This is expected to rise to 57.1 billion in 24-25. It's a 4.5% increase in real terms. And we, as a member of NATO, are committed to meeting our defence expenditure targets. So it's indeed great to discuss the importance of these matters and underline them again. Our defence industry is so important in the United Kingdom, Mr Deputy Speaker, and this has been shown time and time again with the assistance offered to support Israel, Ukraine over the last few years. In addition to this, it is fantastic that Northern Ireland can play its role in the UK's defence industry, and there are so many businesses who go above and beyond to support this. For example, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that everyone is well aware of Talis and the shoulder-held anti-tank devices that they have been able to use with great success against the Russians in Ukraine. My honourable friend, the member for East Belfast, it's in his constituency, but he tells me himself that the largest number of the workforce come from my constituency, Strangford. So whether it be in service in uniform or whether it be in service in the defence sector, I'm very, very honoured and pleased and privileged to be the MP for Strangford and to know that my constituents can do such a great job. We also have in my constituency of Strangford the other section of Talis, and that's the missile section down in Crossgar, again producing fantastic military products to combat Russian tanks and Russian airplanes and Russian strategic places across the parts of Ukraine that they have captured, but also across Russia as well. In my constituency of Strangford, we have a 30-year heritage in a world-class engineering. Talis employs some 500 people and contributes 77 million to Northern Ireland's GDP. And there is also an ecosystem of suppliers. 91% of our local procurement in Northern Ireland is with small and medium-sized enterprises. I know that when we, in the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee, we're doing an inquiry into procurement in the defence sector, and we're hoping that Northern Ireland can become a bigger part of that. I think it should. What Northern Ireland doesn't have is a regional hub. It should have a regional hub. This will be one of our recommendations from that Northern Ireland Affairs Committee inquiry. And we've had many people coming many companies have come to make representations to the Northern Ireland Affairs Committee. The recent announcement by the Prime Minister that defence budgets are going to increase in 24-25. So I'm incredibly encouraged and pleased by the Secretary of State today, and the Minister will, in his summing up, will refer to it as well, but also our Prime Minister, to ensure focus is on allocating those funds towards defence budgets in Northern Ireland. I know that we all, and every Minister says that, but what we don't have is the percentage of defence contracts in Northern Ireland that we should have in relation or relative to other parts of the United Kingdom, whether that be North East or indeed Southern England as well. And when it comes to the fantastic opportunities for companies like Spirit Aerospace, Harland Wolff and Talis to be offered contracts to help us contribute towards supporting the UK further, we want to play our part. We have got the skill force, we've got the opportunity, we've got the eagerness of companies as well. There's one company, and I mention it because it's Nitronica. They're electronic manufacturers in Balnahitch. They're one of the companies that we're very, very keen to be involved in defence contracts through the procurement. One way of making that happen is, they're not at this moment in time, but one way of making that happen is to have that regional hub, to have that in place. And the quicker we have that, the better. There's certainly reason for us to be having a conversation regarding cybersecurity and how the defence budget can support our online protections. We've had the statement earlier on about the defence data hack, and we understand that. The Minister's replied. What we do have in Northern Ireland is a commitment to cyber security, and we're very much at the fore. Indeed, I understand my understanding, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the skills that we have in Northern Ireland, be it in Belfast or Londonderry, are equal to that down south in England as well. The defence industry is economically important to many areas of the United Kingdom, and defence policy must be consistent with an industrial strategy that promotes jobs and skills throughout all of the UK's regions and nations. It's no secret, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm proud to be British. I'm proud to be a member of this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But sometimes we need to see that in fashion and physical working out as well. So when it comes to the Minister summing up, perhaps he can give us some encouragement how we could do better. We want to do better because we believe in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland as well. So when it comes to the issues of the ensuring that the data breach doesn't happen again or further prevent these issues with national security being at the forefront of our priorities, it is clear that more steps need to be taken to preclude any other future incident. And just to highlight, Mr Deputy Speaker, since the years the Good Friday Agreement has been signed, Northern Ireland has become a hotspot again for cybersecurity innovation. The cities of Belfast and Londonderry are to the fore, exhibiting high technology specialists and consistently attracting domestic as well as overseas investment. We have a real hub, a real centre, which we're very proud of, and we feel it should be leading the way. So while it's important that our aerospace, communications and arms sectors are offering further defence contracts, our cyber security section is just as important and must be given that recognition also. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's always encouraging to hear of the Secretary of State's intent to boost defence spending. Whenever I ask him questions in the Chamber, he always replies and gives us the examples of Thales and Spirit Aerospace, Hard and Wolf as examples where we're doing better. But we do need to have that regional hub in place, and that will be my request out of this debate today. And we can make sure we have the means to help ourselves. We in this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland have a fabulous defence industry. We have an incredibly skilled workforce, and we have opportunities to grow and help maintain our defence procurement across this whole nation. We must ensure that the boost in spending is offered through contracts to those local businesses who go above and beyond to support us. And the commitment we have to apprenticeships through those three big firms as well shows examples of how we could do better. There is no price on national security and safety, so it's great to hear the commitments of the Minister, but perhaps the Minister could clarify how he intends to ensure that the devolved nations can continue playing the role that they want to support the wider United Kingdom defence industry, and to make this great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland even greater. If it's even greater, Mr Deputy Speaker, then that's something I'll be very proud to be part of. Thank you.
James Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in this debate on defence. It's a great privilege to do so. I'm not a minister to echo the remarks of the member for North Wiltshire, but I am a former serviceman and hope to bring some value perhaps as a practitioner to what we're discussing this evening. We know that the first duty of any government is the defence of its people. That is quite clear, and therefore the need to keep people safe is non-discretionary. Right now we've got war raging across Europe, not too far away, and multiple threats are proliferating right across the globe. And given that the landscape internationally is probably more dangerous, unstable and incendiary now than at any time since World War II, defence spending is absolutely essential. Because voters do care about their security, many are nervous about what's happening across the world, but most importantly, it's our duty as politicians to keep them safe. This is why the government's commitment to a defence budget equal to 2.5% of GDP by 2030 is so important, both strategically and politically. And as a member of the UN Security Council, the UK's continued role as a bastion of global rights and democracy can only be underpinned by hard power. And it is a reality of history that we may yet be called upon to protect our own security and that of our allies. And just to add further to that, we know that the Defence Secretary has recently increased military aid to Ukraine, securing an extra £700 million, and thereby taking Britain's total contribution beyond £3 billion. It's a lot of money. So we are doing our bit. Well, in terms of the 2.5%, It's extra money, we know that, but the issue is what we do with it and how we spend it, and that's really important. So I'm going to advocate, Minister, that we need a capability audit right now. And the reason why I'm saying that is because with the extra injection of funds, we need to work out now what we can now do. And when I was working at Northwood many years ago at the Joint Headquarters, we had this thing called the JOCR, the Joint Operational Estimate Capability of Readiness. And in my view, with the extra money we've got now, we should be turning all of those capabilities that are flashing red to green. In other words, plug those capability gaps, not just on land, sea and air, but also space and cyber. Yes, state-of-the-art platforms are fine, and yes, we must procure weapons that we know we can beat our adversaries, but it's also about spending wisely and smartly when necessary. And my second point with the 2.5% is that we need to better operate what we already have so that every part of our lexicon works. We must not rely on that exquisite exclusivity that we've spoken so much about. We must make sure that all of our platforms work and can be sustained across the battle space. In terms of equipment generally, as one part of capability, we need to procure what we need and nothing more. And it's about strategic lift as well as the exquisite exclusivity. If we haven't got the ships or the ro-ro ferries or the strategic lift, the C-17s, the 400Ms, to get equipment and people right across the globe, then it's no point having the kit in the first place. And therefore, it's about enabling expeditionary reach. You can't put boots on the ground if you can't get the boots there. Plus, Minister, it's about logistic tail. It's about spares, the supply chain. It's about sustainment. It's about defence contractors, and it's about delivery, and it's about munitions. So we've got to be really, really careful that if we buy it, we've got to be able to use it and then fight it through. And it must be sustainable and enduring. And of course, a platform is an interesting word. A platform is the platform. It's the platform on which capability sits, but it's also what you put on that platform that matters. I therefore favour a modular approach for future equipment programmes whereby we can apply different degrees of mobility, firepower and protection, but it's the kit that you bolt on and bolt off which really matters, and that's the battle-winning equipment for me. So for me, it's about a commonality of platforms, it's about spares, it's about logistics, it's about interoperability, it's about cannibalisation. If you run out of something, can we get it? With complex platforms and complex supply chains, we can't. Therefore, let's please go for modular and let's go for commonality. Please do.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Member. Is he aware of the Supercat range of vehicles that operate in much the way that he's described?
I thank the member for his intervention. I'm very aware of Supercat. I've visited down in your neck of the woods. It's a very, very impressive company. It's a British company, and yes, we need to do more to make sure that Supercat produces and builds what we need, and let's work with them a bit more on that. So the member's right, it's about fewer variants, it's about easier supply chain, it's also about not having equipment that is too complex to use or to maintain. That's very important. Keep it cheap, simple and easy. As for NATO, very briefly, it is the only show in town, we know that. It is the umbrella for European security in the North Atlantic. We've now got 32 countries, and that's to be welcomed. And of course, NATO has responded magnificently to Ukraine in terms of the aggression of Putin. It's galvanised the alliance since Putin's invasion of Ukraine in a way that he could not possibly have conceived. And therefore, in many ways, NATO is much stronger because of what's happened. And Article 5 is the prize for NATO membership. It has defined Putin's actions, in my view, so far in Ukraine, that he has not attacked a NATO country. Why? He's worried about Article 5, and that strategic uncertainty is really important, and it underpins our security in Europe. However, there are issues with NATO, and I want to cover these very briefly. Firstly, only 18 of the 32 member countries are currently committed to 2% of GDP. That is not enough. And in addition, the 5 non-EU members of NATO, namely the USA, UK, Canada, Turkey and Norway, contribute 80% of the operating budget. That is outrageous, with 96% of the EU effectively reliant upon NATO for its security. That is a really stark contrast. So what? Europe must therefore become much more responsible for its own security. That is non-discretionary. Please do.
Does the Honourable Gentleman share the concerns that some of us had, including myself, of Trump's comments. If he is the next president of the United States, he may not be, but if he is, where if NATO don't up their commitment to 3%, then the United States of America will withdraw and reduce their commitment. Is Trump a danger?
It's not for me to endorse Trump in this chamber, but what I would say is that to a certain extent he's right. And I think it's absolutely right that Europe must take on more responsibility for its own security to allow the USA then to worry about parts of the world that NATO won't be worried about necessarily. And it's really important, in my view, to make sure that the USA is not overly committed in Europe for that same reason. We know that NATO in Europe massively overmatches Russia, but we need to get to the point also strategically where Europe itself overmatches Russia, to reinforce my point. Therefore, leaving the USA, as I mentioned, to focus on parts of the world where it needs to. Beyond NATO, and this is a really important point, the Minister as well, the UK has a global footprint that extends beyond NATO. We've discussed NATO a lot this evening, but it's not just about NATO. East of Suez, where we've not had a presence for quite some time, we've now got bases in Bahrain, Diego Garcia, we've always had that, and of course Oman. And it's really important that for the UK to be that bastion of global democracy, that we've got that reach across the far side of the globe. We've also got operating bases in Cyprus, Gibraltar, Falklands, Ascension, and DG again. And I mention that because it's really important that we look after these bases. If we withdraw from, for example, Diego Garcia, then that's a part of the world that we can no longer cover with our strategic reach. And therefore, we need to be very, very careful what we wish for politically. And it's imperative that the UK is able to fulfil its global commitments in the Middle East with carrier strike, in the Falklands, West Africa, in the Red Sea, the Caribbean, the Baltic, North Atlantic. The list goes on. We are not just focused on NATO. Therefore, it's really important that our defence capabilities extend beyond the North Atlantic and fulfil our global responsibilities. You only have to look right now at where UK forces are deployed to realise how important that global footprint actually is. Dean Acheson, the US Secretary of State, very famously said, Britain has lost an empire, but it has not yet found a role. Well, we clearly do have that role. We've seen that this evening in this debate, and it's very important that we are resourced and funded to be able to fill that role into perpetuity. And also, lastly, what numbers should the armed forces be? Lots of debate about, the army being cut, or is 72,000 enough? The size of the navy, the size of the RAF. Well, the answer is that the forces must be big enough to do the job that they are tasked to do. The answer, therefore, lies in defence tasks. This idea of having an army of a certain size or a navy of a certain size, it's pie in the sky. We've got to be able to resource it, we know that. But the important thing is our forces have to be able to meet defence tasks. We don't have enough ships, we know that. We need more frigates and more destroyers. Quantity has a quality all of its own. We've got state-of-the-art equipment in the RAF, C-17s, A400M, P3, F-35B, Typhoon and Tempest to come. But do we have enough of those platforms? And of course with the army, well, of course, as I keep being told by constituents, well, Mr Sunderland, the army can't fight Russia. Well, of course, the British Army is unlikely to be fighting Russia on its own. It's called NATO. And we know that NATO does have approximately 3 million troops to call upon. And we know also that NATO overmatches Russia in Europe. Therefore, we need to play our part in NATO, not necessarily perplexed about what we used to be able to do. And the UK does need to be able to retain autonomous and unilateral forces to support NATO and the other tasks, as we mentioned. So we can't afford to be harder over on numbers. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, 2.5%, yes, the right thing to do, but it must keep rising to meet the threat. Do we need more ships? Yes, we do. A bigger army? Perhaps. Is NATO fundamental to our future? It absolutely is. Trident? Unequivocally, yes. We need to invest in it and reinforce it. And it gives us a seat at the UN Security Council, which is really important. Do we need to focus on autonomous and remote platforms? Absolutely, yes. Cyber and space. We've got 5 domains now, not 3. We've got to invest in those much more, as we saw today. We need to invest in precision capabilities. We need to have better training, better activity, more training, more exciting activity, and opportunities that keep people in and that attract them to stay in. Richard Branson famously said, We need to train our people so well that they can leave, but treat them so well that they don't want to. But with the Minister in his place as well, I would urge him, please, to think about wokery, not too much of it, please, in the armed forces. We've got a job to do still. Dumbing down of standards, absolutely no. We've got to set the bar and maintain that bar, because discipline depends upon it. And the divisive new accommodation model, no thank you. Thank you.
Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a genuine pleasure to follow my right honourable and indeed gallant friend for Bracknell. And I want to just develop some points that he and my right honourable friend from the member for New Forest East were making. I'm just going to make a few points about deterrence, and then the type of warfare we're facing, a little bit about procurement, and then Ukraine, and whether we are in a pre-war era and how useful that is. I think the point that my honourable friend from New Forest East was making on deterrence was a really profound one. And the fundamental problem of our century, or the last century, is that we failed to deter. And we fought 2 world wars, and we just about won them both. And so they are, to us, glorious things. Actually, both of them were catastrophes in terms of power, but in terms of lives lost. Half my grandparents died. My German grandmother was killed by the Soviets. My British grandfather, he was a colonel, led his regiment, was killed, slaughtered in North Africa. So to win wars is appallingly expensive. To lose them is a catastrophe, clearly. But even to fight them, when you can deter instead, is a huge strategic error, especially because it effectively, the 2 world wars had the result of destroying the British Empire, which I think in many ways was a force for good, but let's not go down there at the moment. And my honourable friend was making the point that even if we're spending 10% on deterrence, that is potentially so much cheaper than if we are spending 50% of our GDP in order to fight a war for our existential future, which is what Russia dishonestly is being told that they are facing. Around the Solent, I'm sure of course he knows this, there are Palmerston's Follies. There are the forts to protect the fleet at Portsmouth, on the Isle of Wight and in the south side of Hampshire, and they are seen to be a colossal waste of money because they were never used. Actually, I think Palmerston's Follies, were wonderful because we know that they were never used. It was deterrence. We don't know if it deterred anybody, but the fact is that they were there and that fleet was not attacked, and we lived through decades of peace from the end of the Napoleonic Wars through to World War I. And we are, and I'll come to this in a second, we are potentially entering a new period of great instability. The Secretary of State was talking about the type of warfare, and I think that is absolutely critical. If this 75 billion extra is simply going to buy another half a dozen frigates that will survive an extra 3 minutes in the Middle East, in the Red Sea, before they are destroyed by swarm drones, there is little point having this additional kit. And if not only the Ukrainian war, but the Azerbaijani-Armenian war, which was the first war where cheap drones destroyed expensive Russian kit from the top, if the lesson of the last 2 wars is anything, it is that cheap mass kit is very good at destroying much more expensive kit. And as a power that seeks to use conventional force as we do, and we don't tend to think like revolutionaries, like the Russians, like the Iranians, like terrorist organisations, I just wonder, I'm concerned about the type of war that we are planning to fight. Because if we're just going to buy more expensive kit that does not survive the battle, there is no point having it. So we need to invest not only in the stuff that's going to protect destroyers, protect aircraft carriers, but actually enable us to turn the tide, to do what the Ukrainians are doing, to think like a nimble adversary facing a greater power. So using mass drones ourselves to destroy maybe larger forces in future, be they Chinese, be they Russian, etc. So it's the type of warfare that we're fighting. And for those of us who've read Russian doctrine, the first characteristic of modern conflict is the integration of military and non-military tools, be it information, be it spying, be it cyber, be it economic. And this is the sort of world of the 21st century, and the Secretary of State was exactly right to point this out. Each century or each generation you redefine war. This is a redefinition of conflict for our own era, and we're seeing it from China, which is, okay, the Russians are very sort of conflict-minded. With the Chinese, so far, there is less emphasis on physical conventional force and more emphasis on the tools of economy, using Huawei, using cyber attacks, etc. But even with China, If we are entering a pre-war phase, you have this build-up of this potential attack to take place on Taiwan in the next few years. And how are we thinking about the type of warfare that the Taiwanese will need to fight to potentially defend themselves? Not only cyber to survive the first minutes of mass cyber attacks, but then to use mass drones to shoot down and destroy Chinese ships, Chinese aircraft if they are attacking. That brings me to procurement. Clearly, and the Secretary, I'm sure, was going to answer, but didn't because the Deputy Speaker cut him off when I was talking about radar on the Isle of Wight. Our procurement has to be smart. We have this absurd debate in this country. One minute we go, why oh why isn't everything made in the UK? And then the next minute we're saying, why oh why does everything cost so much more? We have to get that balance right. And we have to invest and potentially sell stuff into export markets where we have that lead. So in submarines, potentially in radar, potentially in really good things where we still have a cutting edge. But we also have to be much smarter about what we do and how we do it. Talk to most airmen and most people in the armed forces, and they tell you that the A400 is a pretty disastrous piece of kit. Maybe they've ironed out those problems in the past few years. Most people in the armed forces would much rather have kept the Hercules and run it with, I think, the C-14 or the Galaxy. The C-17, sorry, it's a beautiful plane. God, gorgeous. Have the Herc and the C-17. And we had a better build deal with the Herc in this country. Yet but for political reasons, we bought the A400, deeply unpopular, and can't do much of the work, especially in the more rarefied ends of the military, that the Hercules could. So it's about smart procurement, but not necessarily committing to buy everything British, but to do as much as possible British, as long as it's also delivering value for the taxpayer. And that is an important distinction. If I can just move on to Ukraine. And my right honourable friend, gallant friend from Bracknell, was exactly right. It is shameful that the US is doing so much of the heavy lift. It is appalling. And how little that Europe is doing as well. Russia is gaining ground and gaining in confidence, and this is a significant problem that we are facing. An old friend, Hamish de Bretton-Gordon, is doing great work highlighting some new tactics on the Eastern Front, the most important probably of which is not only the use of glide bombs, but also the use of CS gas, chemical weapons, low-level, cheap, less offensive to humanity than sarin. But by using CS gas on the front lines, they are forcing Ukrainian troops out of their bunkers, out of their positions, where they become much more vulnerable to these wave attacks from Russian troops, but also from mortar and artillery fire. And we know that the artillery ratios at the moment are something like 10 to 1. So for every one shell that the Ukrainians are firing, the Russians are firing 10 back. That is soon going to even out to maybe 5 to 1 and 3 to 1. But the use of CS gas is still proving a highly significant threat. And one of the questions that I would like to put to the Secretary of State is, I know we're being very generous and I know we're doing lots of great things with kit. Can we be supplying gas masks to the Ukrainians, or can we be enabling British companies that produce gas masks to sell them more quickly to the Ukrainians because they are needing this kit? Because the Soviet-era gas masks, from what my friends in the Ukrainian armed forces are telling me, are not fit for purpose and they are costing lives. One other point on the supply of UK supply and support to Ukraine. Artillery shells. I know I keep banging on about this point. There has to be, the more there is transparency of supply, the more the Russians will see that we are in this for the long term. The Gucci kit, the high-end kit, yes, it's really important. The stuff that is going to enable Ukraine to hold their positions and not allow a Russian breakthrough of the kind that we saw in Kharkiv is going to be the supply of 155 artillery shells, preferably with fewer types of Western kit, because the Ukrainians are running 17 different types of artillery kit with a variety of shells on the back of that, which is causing massive logistical issues, and is something of a remarkable achievement that they're even doing that. I'm delighted the AS-90s have gone. I mean, as my right honourable friend said, that does rather raise an issue of where's our kit, but I mean, it's being put to good use. Yep. But those barrels don't last, and there are only, 2, 3 retooling plants in Europe. Why haven't we got one opened up? This war has been going on for 2 years. Why don't we have a production line for artillery shells? Why aren't we rebarreling or offering to remachine kit? And if we are, can we be saying so? Because this stuff is so important. It's the bread and butter of this war. I was going to go on to another point. I won't. I'm just going to wind up there because I'm running out of time. Finally, messaging. I know people think it's a bit of a waste of time trying to message the Russians, but I do wonder actually if we should be trying to do this more. Because if you look at the amounts of people who are actively supporting this war in Russia, as opposed to people who simply accept Putin's power, there are lots of people in Russia who seem to be sitting on their hands. And if we can try to manipulate Russian public opinion, I do think it would be in our benefit. Thank you.
Opposition front bench, Maria Eagle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I begin by very much welcoming the debate? As the members for Harwich and North Essex and North Wiltshire said, we used to have more of these debates, but I think it's very good that we've had one in government time. And whilst the member for North East, for New Forest East, said we were down to the usual suspects, I still think it's been a very high quality debate. With excellent speeches on the Labour side from my honourable friends, the member for Halton, Warley, North Durham, and on the government side from the members for Horsham, Rayleigh and Wickford, Harwich and North Essex, New Forest East, North Wiltshire, Filton and Bradley Stoke, Bracknell and the Isle of Wight, and from other opposition parties, the member for Strangford and Tiverton and Honiton, and it's been a really excellent debate. Now, the first duty of any government is to keep the nation safe and protect our citizens. From deployments abroad in response to the invasion of Ukraine and deployments at home during the COVID-19 pandemic, our armed forces are essential to our national defence, our national resilience, and meeting our national NATO obligations. Labour is deeply proud of our armed forces personnel, veterans and their families, and for the contribution that they make to our country. Theirs is the ultimate public service, and their professionalism and bravery is rightly respected across the world. We thank them. Labour's committed to strengthening our national defences and supporting our armed forces. Strong national defence is a secure foundation upon which Labour's mission-driven government will be built if we're fortunate enough to win the general election when it comes. Labour's commitment to NATO is unshakable. With a party of NATO, and Labour values of democracy, freedom and peace are embedded in its founding treaty. Article 5 is the cornerstone of Labour's commitment to Britain's security. Labour's support for nuclear deterrence is total. We will upgrade the UK's deterrent and build the new submarines needed at Barrow. And we believe that defence procurement can strengthen UK sovereignty, security and economic growth. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the 2.5% commitment of GDP, so I want to make it clear that Labour is totally committed to 2.5%. In fact, the last time defence spending was at 2.5%, it was under a Labour government in 2010. The current Conservative government have cut defence spending. It's never been 2.5% in any of the last 14 years of Tory government, and we've seen the army cut to its smallest size since Napoleon. Now, my honourable friends for Warley, Halton and North Durham made these points very well in their contributions. Labour will always do what's needed to defend Britain, and we will always spend what's necessary to deal with the threats that we face. That's why we're committed to getting back to 2.5% as soon as we can in a responsible way. We'll set out a credible plan to do so if we win the general election. It's why we'll hold a strategic defence and security review if we do get into government, to look properly at the threats we face and what we're already spending. And it's simply not credible, Mr Deputy Speaker, to claim, as the government does, that it can be done by firing 72,000 civil servants, as the Secretary of State set out. And the last time this government promised to make their defence plans add up by firing MOD civil servants in 2015, the number of civil servants in the MOD increased. So it's hardly credible now that they can claim that that will do the job. Now, my right honourable friend in his opening remarks said that people will judge governments on what they do, not what they say, and that's absolutely right. My honourable friend for North Durham said that the government's promises were smoke and mirrors and sound bites for the next general election. It's quite hard to see it as anything else when it's been left so late in this Parliament to be announced. The Institute for Government have said the government's plan does not add up and is not credible. They say that cutting 1,000 civil servants' jobs will get nowhere near close to delivering the savings needed, and that even when using R&D budgets as well, it will leave questions about how the rest will be paid for. So it's welcome when the House heard from the Honourable Gentleman for Rayleigh and Wickford saying that the Defence Select Committee, and the Chair is also in his place, will be scrutinising the £75 billion figure. I look forward to seeing what they have to say when they have done so. Mr Deputy Speaker, the truth is the Conservatives have failed on defence over the last 14 years. They've cut spending and they're still doing so. They've hollowed out our armed forces. Since 2010, the Conservatives have reduced our armed forces by over 43,000 personnel. 1 in 5 ships have been removed from the Royal Navy, and more than 200 aircraft have been taken out of service in the last 5 years alone. They've cut the British Army to its smallest size since Napoleon, with threats increasing, and while NATO is boosting its high readiness forces from 40,000 to 300,000, and ministers plan to cut the army further. These are the facts. Recruitment targets have been missed every year, so the government haven't even been able to recruit the numbers they want, and rotation rates are dropping. My honourable friend, the member for Halton, referred in his remarks to the outflow and the state of reserve forces in respect of some research that he's been doing into the numbers. So the last 14 years have corroded the nation's contract with those who serve, and we've got to do better. They've left personnel living in damp and mouldy housing, and perhaps not surprisingly, morale has fallen as has retention. And is it any wonder when we leave people living in conditions like some of our forces' accommodation? Nearly half of all serving personnel live in the lowest grade single living accommodation, and over 4,000 personnel live in accommodation so poor the MOD is forced to reduce or scrap collecting rent altogether. And 21,000 maintenance appointments were missed by contractors hired by ministers between April 2022 and February 2024. So the Independent Kerslake Commission on Armed Forces Housing, entitled Homes Unfit for Heroes, has called the state of forces housing a tax on the goodwill of service personnel and their families. During the cost of living crisis, the numbers of personnel and veterans on universal credit are rising, and some troops are even using food banks to get by. So in government, the Labour will renew the country's commitment to those who serve, set new standards for service accommodation, and legislate for an Armed Forces Commissioner to act as a strong independent champion for our forces and their families to improve service life. We will fully incorporate the Armed Forces Covenant into law, fulfilling the moral contract our society makes with those who serve. And I noticed that the Honourable Gentleman who speaks for the SNP, the member for West Dunbartonshire, said he wanted a representative body, but was willing to support some of Labour's proposed policies. On procurement, the Conservatives have wasted over £15 billion of taxpayers' money through mismanagement of defence procurement programmes, with over £5 billion wasted since 2019 alone. 46 out of 52 major projects are not on time or not on budget. Look at Ajax, which was supposed to be in service in 2017, with £4 billion spent so far. There are no deployed vehicles, and it won't be in service until the next decade. No wonder the Secretary of State isn't listening and is too busy chatting to the honourable member. Doesn't want to hear about the failures of defence procurement on his watch, or the government's cost-saving cuts to E7 Wedgetail, cutting a number of planes from 5 to 3, with taxpayers footing 90% of the original cost to get only 60% of the planned capability. And Mr Deputy Speaker, yes, of course I will.
I'm very critical of Wedgetail, but just as a fact, on Ajax, the initial operating capability for the first vehicles is in the back end of 2025, next year, not in the next decade.
I accept the fact, if I said the next decade, that was not what I meant to say. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee has described the defence procurement system as broken and repeatedly wasting taxpayers' money. My honourable friend, the member for Warley, was right when he said we need an industrial base and that short-term cost-cutting won't do. He said we needed to speed up procurement, especially of administration, when it comes to making these decisions. And the honourable gentleman for Rayleigh and Wickford said that we need a change of culture as well as reforming procurement, as did the honourable member for Harwich and North Essex, who set out some ideas that he has about how best to change culture in organisations that can be quite resistant to change. And I accept that that is going to be a difficult job, but I think there's an acceptance across the House that it does need to be done. But at the moment, it's fair to say the government have been wasting taxpayers' money hand over fist, and it's not just waste in procurement. Parliamentary answers show that the department has lost £927 million to fraud since 2010, 619 million of it since 2019. That would be enough to pay for 170 Challenger 3 tanks. Yet the average length of time for fraud defence to conduct an investigation has increased from 519 days in 2019 to 742 days in 2023. Why? The government seemed to have stopped focusing on good administration. A Labour government will do better. Under a future Labour government, we'll drive deep defence procurement reform inside the MOD to reduce waste, make sure armed forces have the kit they need to defend Britain. Mr Speaker, Labour is committed to strengthening our national defence and supporting our armed forces and their families. We'll always do what's necessary to defend the country, and we'll always spend what's necessary to deal with the threats we face. Britain will be better defended under Labour. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Minister, Dr Andrew Murison.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I firstly draw attention to my interest into the register? It's been an excellent debate this evening, typical of these debates, and I think across both sides of the House there is a understanding that we're living with the threat of proximate warfare after 2 or 3 decades of relative tranquillity. The price of freedom is, of course, eternal vigilance, and that's generally agreed across this House, evidenced by the contributions made. Contributions like that of my right honourable friend, the member for New Forest East. I think slightly cheekily he was arguing for a 44% GDP spending. But I think probably that was in the event of total war, which of course we all want to avoid. The proposition is that we should never have taken a peace dividend post-Cold War. I think that's a little harsh on our predecessors, but plainly the situation has changed and we must change with it. I hope very much that Europe will follow our 2.5% commitment, meaning £140 billion more for our collective defence against the primary aggressor. I would have been very disappointed, Mr Deputy Speaker, had my right honourable friend not rehearsed the arguments for CAS-D, which of course is 16,000 tonnes of eternal vigilance. The right honourable members who speak for the opposition, I think, gave us the commitment we were seeking to match the government's cash spend. But the right honourable gentleman was a bit flaky, if I may say so, on the 2.5%, or at least when it would be achieved, or how much, or how they would pay for it. That became clear in the intervention by my honourable friend, the member for North Wiltshire, for which I am grateful. Now, the right honourable gentleman is indeed an honourable man, and I like him very much, but I'm bound to point out that his assurances that Labour is the party of defence runs contrary to the management until very recently by a right honourable member who had very different ideas indeed, and he was very keen to recommend that right honourable member to the British public in 2019 as the Prime Minister of this great country and to serve under his leadership for nearly 5 years. But heaven loves a sinner brought to repentance. I'm also bound to point out that defence isn't short of reviews. Another review means obfuscation. It's the very last thing I suggest that our armed forces need right now. At best, it introduces a huge measure of uncertainty when we simply can't afford it. My right honourable friend, the member for Horsham, chairs the Select Committee, rightly reflected on what 2.5% across the NATO alliance would mean. Where Britain leads, our European allies must
follow. We're not in this on our own. He gave a magisterial romp around the geopolitical, societal and economic contribution of the whole defence enterprise. The Honourable Gentleman Member for West Dunbartonshire got tied up with nomenclature. Other ranks in the Army and the RAF, ordinary seamen in the Navy, I think maybe that was the essence of his confusion. Either way, there is nothing ordinary about the men and women of our armed forces. And either way, he was concerned rightly about junior ranks. He's right to be. And I recall a previous conversation we had in this place in which he confused the pay award this year for them, which is 9.7%, 5.5% for senior officers. I assume he's happy with that. He wanted more Europe in defence. That, I think, means more European Union. He may have missed, for example, the Lancaster House treaties. He may have missed the attendant A400M programme and UAVs. He may have missed the Joint Expeditionary Force, the JEF. We are indeed cooperating wherever we can with our European friends and neighbours. My right honourable friend, the member for Rayleigh and Wickford, gave a very detailed and authoritative account of kit majoring on air defence. He catalogued some of the procurement issues that we've historically had bedevilling the defence enterprise, but resisted reference to his favourite defence contractor, for which we are very grateful. I know that he supports the integrated procurement model announced in February. The Right Honourable Gentleman, the member for Warley, who I always listen to with a great deal of interest, was rightly highlighting industrial skills. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. The Ministry of Defence is this country's #1 employer of apprentices, and we're exceptionally proud of that. But he rightly implied that the people, men and women of our armed forces, both civilians and service people, people in uniform, have a choice, which of course they do, and they very often exercise that choice. Our economy is the better for it. I suggest, and I make no apology, for injecting trades and skills into our armed forces, into our defence enterprise. It benefits us all. The trick is making sure we retain them, of course, and then maybe pulling them back in at some future date. And he'll be familiar with that, because he will have read the Haythornthwaite review, Rick Haythornthwaite's report. My honourable friend, the member for Harwich and North Essex, rightly highlighted the perils of coalition, but we have, to be fair, got the Liberal Democrats to commit to CASD, maybe even CASD with missiles. And for that, I think the honourable gentleman who speaks for the Liberal Democrats has done us a great service today. His points about leadership are extremely well made. The honourable gentleman, the member for Halton, cited the recruitment and retention issues that the armed forces certainly have, in common with just about all of our allies. Meanwhile, we deal with all of our defence commitments. We are rightly proud of the men and women who serve. The Right Honourable Gentleman, member for North Durham, was fighting a bit of a rearguard action on defence spending, which the opposition front bench now says it supports. If he wants to disregard the costs for Ukraine, he needs again to have a word with his colleagues. Given our need to face down Putin's naked aggression, he might as well carve out other parts of the defence budget and say they don't count either. I'm sure he wouldn't want to do that. My honourable friend, the member for North Wiltshire, debated votes in Parliament and war fighting. I agree with his analysis. We forget, do we not, what a grave mistake the Iraq war was. Having been heavily involved with the Atherton process, I entirely agree with his remarks about LGBT and salute the role that his all-party parliamentary group played early on in that process. The honourable gentleman, the member for Tiverton and Honiton, spoke on a variety of subjects. Interestingly, at the end of his remarks, he committed his party to, I think he said, a regular army of 82,000. Not quite sure where that figure came from, but we assume we'll hear about the attendance spending pledge in due course. Or maybe not. My honourable friend, the member for Filton and Bradley Stoke, talk about apprentices and defence-related jobs and R&D. Not surprising, given Filton and Abbey Wood. His constituency is at the beating heart of the defence enterprise, and he is a constant advocate for both. The Honourable Gentleman Member for Strangford, a strong advocate for the defence enterprise in Northern Ireland, his part in particular. He rightly highlighted the further opportunities that exist in Northern Ireland, which I know full well as a former Northern Ireland Office Minister and Chair of the Select Committee. My honourable friend, the member for Bracknell, spoke of enablement and logistics. He spoke of interoperability, modularity, plug and play. He speaks from a position of real expertise as a senior logistics officer. My honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, is so right to highlight the changing nature of warfare. Mass matters, but so does tech. As we can see with potential game changers like Dragonfire. I'm not sure I agree with him about A400M, but we can have a debate perhaps later over a bit of a couple or some such. So, in our more dangerous world where the government believes spending 2.5% GDP on defence must become the minimum NATO benchmark as Putin ramps up his wartime economy as part of a network of authoritarian states that attacks our allies and interests, NATO must respond. And the UK, I'm proud to say, is leading among European allies through our defence reforms, through our 2.5% commitment, verifiable against NATO rules, through our £75 billion cash boost for defence from a flat cash baseline, and through our additional package of support for Ukraine. As Putin lays waste to his military and recklessly exposes to general view strengths and weaknesses, we watch, we learn, we act. Our defence reforms are making our industrial base stronger. Our investment in our conventional forces, stockpiles and innovation is making us more capable and more lethal. Our investment in our alliances is making us and our friends more secure. And our investment in our independent nuclear capability will always make adversaries back off. Can I finish by paying tribute to the men and women of our armed forces? Yeah. They are the best of us. And as we enter a new age of high-tech warfare, we need to remember that. Day in, day out. It is our people and those that support them that put the great in Great Britain. On that, at least, I hope we can all agree.
Yeah. Question is that this House has considered defence. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Ayes have it.